been working in as a health tech operator for over 15 years at places like GE Healthcare, Apple Health, Elevance Health, and Amazon Web Services. That's where you come up with the AI side of these things. I wonder if you can explain how the process works. A customer or a hospital reaches out to you and does what?
Yeah, so at getclaimable.com, it could either be driven by a patient who has a denial, and sometimes providers won't fight back. And if you look at why, you only have to look at recent news stories like what happened to Elizabeth Potter, who now has to raise a GoFundMe. And these patients are left fending for themselves, right? So someone like Elizabeth would push back, and there are consequences. There's a clinic in Missouri, for example, that lost their contract with a major carrier because they fought back. So it's up to patients sometimes to actually advocate for themselves. That being said, we make it very easy for providers to refer patients for free. So a provider, we don't take any money from any provider, for example. They could just refer a patient, and the patient can begin their appeal. And the provider can add in test documents such as MRI reports, etc., a letter of medical necessity, and then refer the patient. The patient comes into the process and they feel like the work's been done. And after about 20 minutes of the patient's time, the appeal is also sent to the insurance company. And we send it to their regulators too.
Yeah,
so it's a simple transaction fee. We did a lot of affordability studies, and we came up with the idea of really not being tied to this dysfunctional healthcare payment model, and just having a simple known flat fee of around $40 per appeal. So that's really what we kind of modeled it sort of on businesses like the Ticket Clinic, where it kind of does a very, very specific thing.
So I understand that aspect of it. You're a smart guy. Have you thought about what this might mean to the insurance industry? If you end up fighting a lot of these, is there the idea that they would fight back with their own versions of AI to say, forget it, this is not a legit claim because of X, Y, and Z? And we talk all the time about how healthcare costs in this country are out of control, how it's eating up a bigger and bigger portion of GDP. What will something like this do to all of those factors?
I truly hope it causes a re-rating of health insurance stocks. And so we can actually understand that where they're putting their AI is completely inappropriate today. So where they're putting their AI is in front-end denials and just fanning them out to patients indiscriminately. And what ends up happening is patients get denied their routine medications. So when a patient appeals, the important thing here is that it's actually not an AI reviewing their appeal. It has to be a human, and a human with a medical degree, to actually read through their appeal, read through the clinical evidence to understand, for example, is this appeal appropriate? And 80% of the time, by our stats, the appeals get overturned.
Wow. Dr. Bakari, it's incredibly interesting. Love hearing about the business model, and we hope you'll come back and talk with us again soon.
Of course. My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's get to Washington for our next guest. Joining us now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you on, as it always is. Good to see you.
Morning, Joe.
Lead story, economy showing swagger as tariff fears ebb. This is the Wall Street Journal pointing out that there was quite a bit of angst and hand-wringing back in April. A lot of forecasts that the bottom was going to drop out, and just flatly stated here, and I know it might not be the favorite paper around the White House at this point, but they say, but that did not happen. And the economy is showing swagger now. But, Mr. Secretary, August 1st is a week from Friday, I think. And I think that's on everyone's mind. Any progress that you can report on some of our big trading partners?
Look, Joe, talks are moving along, but the important thing here is the quality of the deal, not the timing of the deals. And President Trump has created maximum leverage, as only he can do. And what we are seeing is these imbalances built up over 20, 30, 40 years. And we are more concerned with high-quality deals than getting these deals done by August 1st. Our trading partners were doing deals.
We talked specifically about a couple of the countries we're talking about, and I'll start with the Euro bloc. There was reportedly some messages sent to the EU that tariffs, the president's going to want more. He's going to want more than what the Euros had thought, maybe at 10% and maybe 15% or higher. There's word that they are preparing to retaliate or taking some tough action, but then Commerce Secretary Lutnick yesterday said he still thinks that there's room to maneuver and that there will be a deal. What are you feeling? 50% likely that there will be? I know you don't want to necessarily show the United States as him, but do you expect the deal to be done before August 1st with the Euros, or could it get ugly?
Well, Joe, it doesn't have to get ugly. It's the nature of a negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth, but I will tell you, as you know, I'm not an economist. I'm an economic historian, and that the nature of deals like this is that we are the deficit country, so the surplus country will always feel it more. We have a gigantic trade deficit with the EU. And so with the level of tariffs, it will affect them more. So I would imagine that they would want to negotiate faster. They got out of the blocks in a slow pace. They've become more engaged. But as I've said many times, it's 27 different countries, and then you have the EU sitting up on top. So you have this supranational organization negotiating, and I do think that some of the underlying national governments are frustrated by the pace, but again, it's an EU negotiation, not a country-by-country negotiation.
Trying to handicap Japan, too, after the election over the weekend, this Secretary. On the one hand, some people thought that he was the gentleman that has less I guess, power at this point, that he was a sort of a difficult person to deal with. I thought that might make it more likely that a deal could be done with Japan. But there are others that say that the United States shouldn't be too tough on Japan because we need a stable partner, and they've got plenty of internal issues right now. What's your feeling on the developments of the weekend, how it affects negotiations with Japan?
Well, Joe, I arrived back from Osaka late last night, and I saw Prime Minister Shiba. I saw the trade negotiator Akazawa. We didn't talk about trade. I was there to represent the United States at the International Expo, and I can tell you the U.S. pavilion there is fantastic, so anyone who wants to go over and see it, it's what we used to call the World's Fair, and our priorities are not the internal workings of the Japanese government. Our priorities are getting the best deal for the American people.
I've known the president a long time, and he always asks people for their opinion on things. I admit, I don't think that it would be criticism if he were to acknowledge that there would be criticism, if he were to acknowledge that he asked you, what about firing Jay Powell, and you gave him your comments. And how much of this story is real? Is it in between? And I'm talking about the notion that you urged him not to fire Jay Powell, and he actually is obviously he's the president, he can do what he wants. But did you have a conversation?
Well, you know, Joe, I think the problem with stories like this is I'm not sure who the leaker was, but the problem with leakers is they only have partial information. And I think the other problem, too, is that newspapers like the Wall Street Journal are not used to a high-functioning executive president. They are used to, perhaps President Biden, perhaps President Obama, who was not as economically sophisticated as President Trump. President Trump solicits a whole range of opinions and then makes a decision. So he takes a lot of inputs, and at the end of the day, it's his decision, just as it was his decision on Iran. And look at the tremendous success there. Look at the tremendous success at the border. And that is what a great executive looks like.
Would you just offer up what your opinion would be on firing Jay Powell if the president were to do that? Do you think that would be a good idea, or would you dissuade him from that?
Look, Joe, I think that what we need to do is I'm speaking, actually, I'm going to be in the building this evening. There is a regulatory conference that begins tomorrow. I'm the keynote speaker tonight talking about regulation. The Fed as well deals with monetary policy, regulations, financial stability. And again, I think that we should think, has the organization succeeded in its mission? You know, if this were the FAA and we were having this many mistakes, we would go back and look at why has this happened? I mean, look at as you said at the top of the at the top of this broadcast, there was fear mongering over tariffs, and thus far we have seen very little, if any, inflation. We've had great inflation numbers. So, you know, I think this idea of them not being able to break out of a certain mindset, you know, all these PhDs over there, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. This is like universal basic income for, you know, academic economists.
Mr. Secretary, we had Elizabeth Warren on last week, and we asked her point blank what she thought would happen to the market if, in fact, Jay Powell was somehow ousted or pushed out or fired or something like that. She said she thought that the market would crash. What do you think?
I think Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren, is entitled to her position, is entitled to her opinion. And I think that I'm not going to deal in hypotheticals. And you know, the Chair Powell's term ends in May. There's also another seat coming up in January. So, you know, we'll see. And by the way, Senator Warren at times has been one of Chair Powell's harshest critics. So, you know, it kind of amuses me that now she's taken the other side of the other side of the argument here.
Mr. Secretary, a couple of quick questions. First of all, I realize this is entirely up to the president to decide this, but do you think it's possible that the deadline for tariffs could be extended for countries where you feel like there are productive talks?
Again, Becky, we'll see what the president wants to do. But again, if we somehow boomerang back to the August 1st tariffs, I would think that a higher tariff level will put more pressure on those countries to come with better agreements. We just reached an agreement with Indonesia, and I saw 5 turns of their offers, and this started several months ago. I thought their first offer was very good. They came back, the offer kept getting better and better, and we ended up with a fantastic trade agreement. I think there was something, and don't quote me here, but I think there were 11,000 lines of tariffs that got taken out, including non-tariff barriers. We have a 19% tariff on them. They have 0 tariffs on us, and they are going to do a massive purchase of agriculture and Boeing airplanes. So that's what a good trade deal looks like, but there must have been 5 iterations of that.
We had the Ryanair CFO on today, speaking of Boeing airplanes, and he suggested that they're very hopeful on both sides that airplanes will get an exemption. Do you think that's likely?
Traditionally, there has been, so we'll see what happens there.
A lot of what we're doing, I guess, revolves around China on the trade front. We haven't heard anything new there. We have seen some rare earth exports pick up. Obviously, there was, I would say it's an olive branch that we gave to NVIDIA in terms of allowing China access to some of those chips. That would seem like that might induce China to maybe enter more seriously in the talks. What's the latest on China?
Joe, we're going to be engaging in talks in the very near future, and the talks are in a very good place. We had a meeting in Geneva, a meeting in London, and I think trade is in a good place, and I think now we can start talking about other things. You know, the Chinese, unfortunately, are very large purchasers, or are very large purchasers of sanctioned Iranian oil, sanctioned Russian oil. So you know, we could start discussing that. We could also discuss the elephant in the room, which is this great rebalancing that the Chinese need to do. You know, they have 30% of the world's export manufacturing, and that can't get any bigger, and it should probably shrink. And what the rest of the world is seeing is, now that we put up this tariff wall around China, China's not manufacturing any less. So those goods are going to Europe, Canada, Australia, into the global south and flooding those markets.
The president has seemed to take a dim view of the prospects for any progress with Russia and Ukraine. Are we now in the position to actually? Is there a plan for sanctions against Russia? When would that happen? Would that be near term? And you involved with that?
Well, Treasury leads the financial sanctions. Our OFAC division does that. But Joe, in my mind, what's groundbreaking here is that the Senate, and I think there would be 80 or 90 senators who want to pass a sanctions bill, and President Trump has single-handedly changed the paradigm here, because included in that bill is we don't know what the deadline will be, whether it's 10, 30, 50 days, but any country who buys sanctioned Russian oil is going to be subject to up to 100% secondary tariffs. So now the United States Senate agrees with President Trump that tariffs are a means to political ends. And this is revolutionary. President Trump has changed the conversation here. And I would urge our European allies, who have talked a big game, to follow us if we implement these secondary tariffs.
I just want to end, and I know you got to run. But we made the point with Speaker Johnson that in an economy that's doing very well, it's not typically thought that you should cut interest rates. So
Order
the more
canceled.
that the Trump administration points out how strong the economy is, kind of undercuts the argument that lower rates are needed. I will put the caveat in that we're going to have Judy Shelton on, The Economist, a little later. She takes issue with the notion that that prosperity causes inflation, and she doesn't think it's a demand problem. She thinks it's a supply problem. Is that your take too? That a strong economy doesn't necessarily cause inflation?
Joe, I think you and I can look back to the 90s, and I think that's what the paradigm or the mental model for everyone should be here, because in the 90s we finally had the productivity growth kick in from the IT revolution, and I would say that we are on the cusp of that right now. I was out in Sun Valley last week for a day, met with a lot of the tech leaders, and they think that the AI revolution is coming much faster than they thought, could start kicking in as soon as the first, second quarter of 26. So we could go back to non-inflationary growth, and if the inflation numbers are low, then we should be cutting rates. And also think about the distributional impact here, because the housing market, which affects the majority of American households are locked out of owning homes, so a substantial decrease in rates would unlock the mortgage market.
Yeah. Did you see the Kevin Warsh last week? You probably, you got a real job, but he made some similar comments about AI maybe being the power of it for productivity not necessarily realized yet. Did you see that, and you think he'd make a good Fed chair?
Well, I didn't see what Kevin Warsh said, but I'm in regular touch with a lot of the Silicon Valley leaders. I am in regular touch with a lot of the business leaders, and I think this is going from concept to reality, and I think we are on the cusp of a productivity boom like we haven't seen that can really drive the economy. So the economy is accelerating. The one big beautiful bill is going to lead to a CapEx boom, which I think has been held back. I think companies necessarily had to wait until the bill was passed. So I would think in the third, fourth quarters, we're going to see that. And there is a chance that we could have this golden age of high growth, low inflation.
Wouldn't it be nice? All right, Mr. Secretary, thanks for all your time this morning. We appreciate it. Hope to see you again in the near future. Thanks.
Good to see you.
Okay. Coming up, we're going to get into crypto regulation, stable coins, the Genius Act, and so much more with SEC Chairman Paul Atkins. He's going to join us at 8:10 Eastern Time. You do not want to miss this conversation, given all that is happening post-Genius Act, questions about tokenization, and everything else. We're coming right back after this.
Squawk AI is sponsored by ServiceNow, putting AI to work for people.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively?
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
This back. Hey!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Let's settle this like men with Walmart's Express Delivery.
Who knew? Who knew?
And as for you, I recommend a journal. Practice using your words instead of your fists. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
They can really deliver that in as fast as an hour?
Yes, that's what Express means. It means fast.
You tend to see 4 stocks go by more than any others. Palantir, AppLovin, Robinhood, and Coinbase park. They now become chits in the great game that is the stock market.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain.
Oh, we're finally staining the deck.
Not today, we're not.
With Behr stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
I mean, today's my endurance ride, though.
This is so great. I've been telling him for months.
It's been a lot of rain.
That's okay. Behr stain will resist rain in just 4 hours.
Hey, who are you calling?
Oh, hey, we're having a barbecue next Sunday. Wait until you see the deck.
Get the #1 rated stain at an everyday low price.
Great idea to stain the deck.
Thanks.
Thank you. Only at the Home Depot.
We want you to start every day with the charge you need. The Ford Power Promise.
Get 0% APR, 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on the 2025 Mustang Mach-E SUV or F-150 Lightning truck.
Some things are just better at home, like picking out new floors. For a limited time, get up to 40% off your entire project during our summer savings event.
800-588-2300 Empire. Today.
Coming up, one of the kings of luxury is expanding into private jets. Robert Frank will bring us his Inside Wealth report next. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vivguard Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly. Vivguard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vivguard Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vivguard Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vivguard Hytrulo for self-injection.
And when I got there, they have the sushi like
This is Clem.
like sushi, classy. So
Clem's not a morning person,
I'm tasting it.
or a night person, or a people person. But he is an I can solve this in 4 different ways person. And that person is impossible to replace. You need Clem. Clem needs benefits. Work with Principal so we can help you help Clem with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for him.
Sure, but I'm confident, you know.
Let our expertise round out yours.
Here at Drive Time, we approve 99% of people who apply, and they can do it super fast right from their phone.
I got approved!
With no credit hit.
Yes. Show her thousands of amazing car options under 15 grand. She's already shopping cars with the down payment she had in mind.
I can shop cars with my real down payment?
Get ready to lock in her deal.
I made my own deal!
Yes! Next stop, one of Drive Time's local dealerships. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Good friends go on road trips. Great friends feed you McDonald's fries.
Showtime! Save big this summer with the bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus bundle.
Isn't this awesome?
Get it all for less with plans starting at just $16.99 a month.
We've got a fast food report this morning, starting with the Golden Arches. McDonald's brought back its popular snack wrap on July 10th. The menu option made of chicken strips, lettuce, and cheese wrapped in a tortilla. The company said the demand was so high, apparently, that some restaurants faced a brief shortage of lettuce. McDonald's says it has now resolved the shortage. As we head to a break, by the way, did you get one of these wraps?
One of the what?
The wraps.
No, I don't do this.
You don't do McDonald's wraps. If you're going, you go for burgers, you go for the whole thing.
I do.
Nobody?
Freaking fruit for lunch lately. I'm on diet. You know
Scarsdale diet.
Scarsdale.
I know.
Scarsdale.
As we head to a break, check out shares of Domino's Pizza. How about some Domino's?
I would
Stock
love some.
higher after U.S. same-store sales
for Domino's.
beating Esther. A lot of people would.
Just
For the first
pepperoni
time
slice.
in 5 quarters.
For someone else's crust.
Come right back.
Breaking earnings news. General Motors, Coca-Cola, Alphabet, Tesla. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC+.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, are on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
This back. Hey!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Let's settle this like men with Walmart's Express Delivery.
Who knew? Who knew?
And as for you, I recommend a journal. Practice using your words instead of your fists. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
They can really deliver that in as fast as an hour?
Yes, that's what Express means. It means fast.
Out here, you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing. And farm to table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, we've got all the supplies and are happy to share a little know-how.
Welcome to Tractor Supply, into life out here.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Inside Wealth is sponsored by Corient, wealth management centered around you.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And among today's top stories, Treasury Secretary Bessent just joining us a short time ago. He spoke to us about a number of topics impacting the markets, including the possibility of an EU-focused trade deal.
Talks are moving along, but the important thing here is the quality of the deal, not the timing of the deals. And President Trump has created maximum leverage, as only he can do. And what we are seeing is like these imbalances built up over 20, 30, 40 years. And we are more concerned with high quality deals than getting these deals done by August 1st.
When it comes to the Fed and the job that Fed Chair Jay Powell is doing, he had this to say.
What we need
We'll be speaking to economist Judy Shelton about his comments, rates, and much more coming up in just a few minutes. And tomorrow, right here on Squawk Box, former Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will be our guest. That's at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
All right, let's check the futures this morning before we get to Santoli. You can see we're in the red across the board. For more on the markets, let's get to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, in the green. Actually, past the least resistance seems a little bit higher. Take a look at the S&P 500. I was away for a week. Kind of the don't overthink it rule applies here, which is we made a new weekly all-time high in the S&P 500. A lot of folks apply some significance to that. Shows you the trend is very friendly. Cyclical stocks outperforming. Now, it's flattened out a little bit above 6,200 as we approach 6,300 here. Maybe we could expect any kind of a wobble at any time, but any pullbacks probably initially would not be considered too damaging. Definitely need to see earnings come through and see those earnings reactions start to get more positive to substantiate the fundamental case, because the technical case still looks relatively healthy. Take a look at the NASDAQ 100, obviously the locus of all the excitement on mega cap growth and AI. I have it here back to the middle of last year against its 200-day moving average. You're now stretched more than 10% above that 200-day average. That starts to look a little bit heady, and you should expect maybe for that to come in a little bit. It's somewhat more than we had back in February, although this was much more extreme. That's mid-July of last year when you did have kind of a pretty substantial gut check in mega cap tech going into August. Remember, we also got that yen carry trade unwind. Take a look at the yen today. It did bounce higher on those Japanese elections. So be aware of potential sources of volatility here. Finally, the social sentiment ETF Buzz. This is basically all the retail trader favorites, the most hot, aggressive momentum names. And it's going back to 2021. That's the last time these were really kind of in vogue. You see, it's pretty much a vertical climb here. You got to be aware the parts of the market on the retail side getting a little bit overheated, but that's been the case for some time now, guys.
Reporting to him.
We were talking to Tom Lee, Mike, and
yeah.
What do you think the PE is on the S&P? What's the range? She did a weighted average range. He came out at 16 or 17. I've seen 23. Depends on the Mag 7. What should it's like the inflation gauge. Which one do we use? Let's X out
there are different ways to slice it. I mean, I know that like the equal weighted S&P 500, and it's very tricky, by the way, getting a PE of that. You know, you have to get equal contributions of earnings from every company, but it's like 17. It's not super extreme, although on the other hand, that equal weighted gauge tends not to get much higher than that. I do think there are ways to substantiate that you can sustain a 22, 23 times forward multiple on the overall S&P, mainly because it's become a much more high quality, less cyclical index. But again, you have to kind of have a reason, a rationale for why we have valuations in the very upper end of the historical range. You can say it doesn't matter. You can say that it's substantiated by the fundamentals, but you can't sort of explain away that the market isn't, you know, a little bit elevated in valuation.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Mike Santoli.
One of the biggest names in luxury about to take off with a big investment in private jets. Robert Frank, the one and only, who would know all about this, joins us now with more. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Great to see you. Well, LVMH is expanding its reach into the private jet market with FlexJet. L. Catterton, that's the private equity firm that is backed by LVMH, is leading an investment of $800 million to buy 20% of FlexJet. FlexJet, of course, based in Cleveland, will use the proceeds to buy more large jets and add infrastructure, especially in Europe, where they're seeing a lot of growth right now. LVMH's 75 brands will also help FlexJet's goal of being a true luxury experience and a community of members. FlexJet chairman Ken Rickey telling me that L. Catterton reached out to him to explore a deal.
They presented us some ideas about where LVMH and L. Catterton see the future of luxury, and they basically see it around the luxury of the future is time. And they see that time, obviously, in private travel, where you can recoup time.
Time is the ultimate luxury. FlexJet offers fractional leasing and jet card options. It is expecting earnings of $425 million this year, up from $398 last year. They have over 2,000 members. The private jet industry will also, of course, benefit from that new congressional spending bill, which brings back bonus depreciation. That's a tax break for jet buyers. For more on the private jet industry and how the wealthy are spending their luxury dollars, go to cnbc.com/insidewealth, cnbc.com/insidewealth.
Do you know, are they going to do more than just provide money? Is there any sort of partnering just because of the LVMH brands and anything that goes with it?
That's going to be key. So already FlexJet has partnerships with Belmond, which is the luxury hotel chain owned by LVMH. They have partnerships with Bentley Motors and with Ferretti, the yacht company. So one of the things they do is they outfit special bespoke cabins with Ferretti. There's one plane that's sort of outfitted feeling like a yacht. There's another one that feels like the inside of a Bentley. Belmond, they have special access for the FlexJet members. So I think you could see maybe LVMH, which Louis Vuitton, of course, has its roots in travel. Wouldn't it be cool, like a Louis Vuitton plane? That would be
right. So it is more than just a money investment.
Yeah, that was a big part of it.
You know who the first person to say that was?
What?
About time.
Who's that?
Time's a luxury?
Gordon Gekko.
No way.
Maybe not the first, but that was. I'm not talking about some $400,000 a year working Wall Street stiff flying first class and being comfortable. I'm talking about liquid, rich enough to have your own jet, rich enough not to waste time.
Time is the ultimate luxury.
Buddy boy.
So,
trying to go back to see who said it.
have you ever heard of this?
It was an ancient Greek philosopher who said,
A little bit.
Theophrastus.
I remember Gordon Gekko saying it. Anyway, I love Gordon.
Have you ever heard of the phrase, are you flying? This is going to really get you. Are you flying private or are you flying personal?
What does that mean?
Personal means
your
it's
own
your
jet?
plane.
It's your plane.
Private means it's like FlexJet.
Flying private or are you flying stupid?
Or you're in that new WhatsApp group where you're finding
finding a
flights
plane.
with other people.
It's
That's the ultimate.
90%.
It's like the steerage of the
But that's like
private jet.
that's like the
jet flight.
ultimate 1%
Yeah.
question
Right,
asked.
that's the one.
Are you flying personal
jet.
or are you flying private?
So private is not as
Or
cool
commercial.
as
And I don't love what Gordon Gekko stood for. I love Michael Douglas's portrayal of
It was well done.
best actor.
It was well done.
Okay, Robert, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Coming up, SEC Chair Paul Atkins on the crypto regulation framework that passed in Congress, potential changes to 401k investments, and so much more. And then later, Tesla, Alphabet, and IBM lead a string of big earnings this week. A look at what you need to watch when those companies and others report. Squawk Box coming right back.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or Glide Step wide fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
CNBC Podcasts. All your shows on the go. The latest market news and analysis. Ready when you are. Don't miss out. Listen to CNBC wherever you get your pod.
Ryan wants to get every new device that's smart. I'm wondering, how can the internet handle all of this?
We have Spectrum Internet. We use it for everything. Homework, remote work from home, doing research for trips.
Spectrum Internet allows us to do things faster and more conveniently.
I feel like that's a win-win for everybody.
Fast, reliable internet, starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Good friends go on road trips. Great friends feed you McDonald's fries.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. At the White House on Friday, President Trump signing the Genius Act, which establishes for the first time federal guardrails for stablecoins.
For years, you were mocked and dismissed and counted out. You were counted out as little as a year and a half ago. But this signing is a massive validation. And even before this signing, over the last year, year and a half, I think your stuff has gone up more than any stock, or just about more, a couple of stocks that were pretty good, I will say. But you have certainly, as an industry, gone up more than anybody.
Joining us right now is SEC Chairman Paul Atkins, and we welcome him to the broadcast this morning. It was nice to see you in person at this table just a couple of weeks ago. This bill now officially in the books. How does it change things? And how does it change things for you in terms of the assets that you think are going to come into the market that you will ultimately need to regulate in the public sphere, if you will?
Well, thanks, Andrew, and it's great to see you again, and thanks for having me back here again. So I thought this is a really great watershed and thanks to the President for his leadership and Congress for getting this out and getting that bill to the President's desk for signature. I think this bill the Genius Act is focused on payment stablecoins, and so that's not really within the SEC's ambit of regulation, but it's really for the banking regulators, as is appropriate. But the one great thing about this is that for the first time now, the United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very key and important, potentially very important digital asset that will, I think, help to lower costs, lower risks in the market, because we can now move towards an instantaneous almost settlement of payment versus delivery for securities, thanks to on-chain stablecoins. And that will help, I think, innovation and to really get our markets, to be the best in the world.
What's the role, therefore, of the SEC to push exchanges and all the other financial middlemen effectively to settle basically all transactions at what might be described as T0?
Yeah, well, potentially, that's where we're going. Now, there are a lot of things that need to be worked out, and of course, to have some ability there to prevent fraud and in the marketplace, with respect to instantaneous settlement. Those things can be worked out as the marketplace adapts to that potential. But we've seen, and as far as now we're at T+1 settlement, and so of course, again, almost instantaneous delivery versus payment is something that people have dreamt about for many, many decades now.
I mentioned T0. That means effectively instantaneous settlement. T1 means a day, just for those, so we can explain it to the audience. Let me ask you a separate question. There was a report last week that has a lot of people buzzing about 401k plans and the possibility of including private companies meaningfully inside of 401k plans, and therefore what that does to even your job, because historically, one of the reasons that private companies have not been in these plans is that they don't have the same kind of disclosure requirements that a public company does.
Yeah, well, thank you, Andrew. That's a really important point. And so the private markets have really grown a lot over the last, say, 30, 40 years, where used to be primacy of the public markets for companies, including young companies, to try to seek capital for their research and development, to build factories and develop their products. Over the last 4 decades, the private markets have burgeoned, and there's a lot of capital there that provides through venture capital, through private equity, and now private credit more recently, a lot of ability for existing companies and startup companies to tap into all of that capital. There's a big demand from investors, individual investors, to be allowed into those marketplaces. There are a few ways for them to do it now, but the SEC has made it difficult in the past. So what we want to do is work with the Department of Labor, and obviously at the President's direction if and when an executive order comes for that. But regardless, we can work with the Department of Labor to help to have good guardrails for people to offer through various products that are registered for individual investors to put into their retirement plans for long-term investment. We have to remember that these private funds we have issues regarding valuation, issues regarding liquidity, issues regarding fees, and that sort of thing. So we need to make it so that individual investors are relying on fiduciaries to help them put these sorts of products if they wish into their long-term savings and retirement plans, but to have appropriate guardrails around all of that so that people are not hurt in the process.
Philosophical and maybe practical question. If we go down this road, and by the way, there are some mutual funds already that have access or allow public shareholders or public investors to have access to private investments, for example, does that mean we think that there will be companies that will stay private for even longer? That's been an issue I know that you've thought about, because I think you want more and more companies to be able to go public. Or does a public and private company and what they look like and the disclosures around them almost converge in some kind of way long term?
Great point. And so who knows? But the thing that I do know is that over the last, say, 30, 40 years, the costs and headaches of being a public company have grown. And the amount of capital on the private side has grown as well, obviously, and searching for good investments. So what I want to do is kind of level that playing field. The public markets, we need to rejuvenate them. I said on last time we were together, I'd like to make IPOs great again. And so we need to do that through addressing issues like excessive disclosure. There's so much detail out there that I think that we can make much more rational litigation issues that scare people away from the public markets, and then finally governance issues as well. And so we can address those things through our regulatory power at the SEC to try to right-size this sort of marketplace.
The other question revolves around liquidity, which is to say that private investments historically have not been liquid. There is this sort of effort to create these semi-liquid instruments. We've talked about BREIT being probably the biggest of them. It's a real estate investment fund, effectively, that's run by Blackstone. Has a semi-liquid piece of it. There was a period of time where it wasn't actually as liquid as it should be. My question is, if you're 20 or 25 years old and you get to own something for 20 or 30 years, you don't need it to be liquid. But by the time you get to retirement, boy, do you need that liquidity. And so if you get to a period of time where, for whatever reason, things aren't liquid, what do? And you create this almost secondary or tertiary market where people are basically liquidating different investments to create that liquidity. Is that a good or bad thing?
Yeah, well, I think that's a good point, and all these issues need to be worked out. And so the one thing, if there are various types of funds, some geared for investors to hit their retirement age or to plan for the future according to various decades of their lives, and then to be able to pass down some of these assets perhaps to the next generation. So through those, working, I think, with the people in the marketplace as they develop ideas for other sorts of funds to come forth, I think they will answer that demand in the marketplace to help solve that liquidity issue. But that is one of the key things. So obviously, you should not invest in a private equity fund just for overnight or short-term type of investment. It's much more of a longer time, and then hopefully it pans out. So, but diversification is key, and that's one thing I think in the retail markets between diversification and addressing fees and addressing the liquidity issues, we will be able to work that out.
Chairman Atkins, just wonder what you think about a lot of companies we've heard from recently that are kind of copying MicroStrategy's technique when it comes to Bitcoin. MicroStrategy was all about Bitcoin and owning that asset. There are a lot of new firms that are doing the same thing with Ethereum now. They want to be the MicroStrategy of the Ethereum realm. We've had a couple of companies that have come on this program and talked about doing that, and I know of several others as well. How do you feel about that? How do you watch it? Some of them use leverage, some of them may not. But what do you think about an area that's seen some pretty big volatility, but also some pretty big gains?
Yeah, well, so similar to Bitcoin, I mean, the SEC has stated informally more than formally that Ether is as not a security. And so, but obviously the ETH blockchain is very key component for a lot of other digital currencies. So, it's up to companies to decide where they want to put their money and what sort of strategy they have. Obviously, not for me to tell them, but I think it's encouraging that these sorts of digital assets are being embraced by the marketplace, and I think that provides a good future for development and further innovation in this sector.
Chairman Atkins, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it, and we look forward to talking again soon.
Super. Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
You bet.
Up next, Microsoft's SharePoint security alerts. And later, economist Judy Shelton on Jay Powell and the future of the Federal Reserve. Squawk Box will be right back.
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, better get 30, better get 20, 20, 20, better get 20, 20, better get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold! Mint Mobile Premium Wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. 15, 15, better be 15, 15, better be 15, 15, 15, and sold!
What brand of coffee do you drink?
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
It's got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Oh, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80. Drive home summer's best offer. Get 0% APR on the 2025 Infiniti QX80, only for a limited time.
Worldwide Exchange, weekdays 5 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+. Never miss a moment.
Retailers are trying really, really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now, and we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter. But there will come a point where they can't do that anymore.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year.
I do believe if you lower rates, this is going to be one more leg to this prosperity. Housing starts will go through the roof.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The futures have been right around those levels all morning long. Across the board, though, showing some green hours. July is typically a pretty good month. Still July, isn't it? Have I got that right?
It is. Okay. It is. Microsoft issuing an alert to businesses and governments about an active cyber attack on server software to share documents. The company says that the issue only applies to SharePoint servers that are used within organizations and not SharePoint Online in Microsoft 365, which is in the cloud. Microsoft is recommending customers immediately download a security update.
Meantime, shares of Block, they are sharply higher today. This after Friday's close. S&P Global announcing that the stock is going to be joining the S&P 500, replacing Hess, which had just been acquired by Chevron. Block is going to join the benchmark index before the opening of trading that's going to take place on Wednesday, and that's back up about 10% nearly right now. Still to come, economist Judy Shelton is going to join us on the drama surrounding Fed Chair Jay Powell and the possibility of the president firing him. And then the Magnificent Seven starting to report this week. A look at what to watch when those reports hit. Squawk Box coming right back.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly checking and savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Score back-to-school deals now at Dick's Sporting Goods with up to 25% off apparel and footwear. Save on Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and more. Up to 40% off cleats and up to 25% off DSG apparel and more. And with fast shipping from Dicks.com, it's never been easier to sport your style.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store. Hey.
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space. Plus, we'll be here to help you with every step of the process.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
It really is better at home.
Empire Today.
If the inflation numbers are low, then we should be cutting rates. And also think about the distributional impact here, because the housing market, which affects the majority of American households are locked out of owning homes, so a substantial decrease in rates would unlock the mortgage market.
And that was Secretary Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary. In the last hour right here on Squawk Box, let's bring in Judy Shelton, Senior Fellow at the Independent Institute. She was once President Trump's nominee to the Federal Reserve Board for a while, Judy, and welcome. For a while, you've been talking about the notion that prosperity or a strong economy doesn't necessarily mean higher inflation if it's accompanied by productivity gains. And I don't know if you saw Kevin Warsh last week, but he talked for a while and made that same point. Did you see that interview, and did you agree with most of the things that he said, or where did you disagree?
Well, I agree with his call for monetary regime change. In fact, I was delighted to hear that, because in April of 2019, I had the lead opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal, and the title was "The Case for Monetary Regime Change at the Fed." So I think that we're looking at something that goes way beyond whether the Federal Open Market Committee decides to lower interest rates a quarter of a point in July or waits until September. We're really looking at much deeper problems at the Federal Reserve, its models, its constructs, the way the Federal Reserve staff choreographs the meeting. I think we're missing a strategic approach. Our central bank has to be part of a whole of government approach for economic and national security reasons and making our country successful. So I welcome this comeuppance that the Federal Reserve is having. I think it's good to challenge them. I don't think it's the role of the Fed to stand there as being in judgment of the economic growth policies of an elected president.
Do you think, would you think it would be a very bad idea to make an early change before May for President Trump and Jay Powell?
Well, you know, what people invoke are the two things. One, would it be a violation of the sanctity of central bank independence? And would it roil financial markets? And that's usually enough to squelch the option of the Federal Reserve Chairman being fired. I would say first that I think it violates the norms of democratic governance to have the head of a federal agency, an agency that is so powerful, so prominent in financial markets, and so political itself, who cannot be fired by anyone, by Congress, by the president, by anyone. So as far as the idea that Federal Reserve independence is sacrosanct, I would say this. When you invoke that, you're really absolving Congress of its constitutionally mandated responsibility for oversight on the regulation of money. And at the same time, you're insulating the Federal Reserve from criticism, legitimate criticism of its mechanisms, of its models by Congress or the president. And I think that is why the Fed is now in a position of such a mismanaged fiscal situation. It's been running at an operating loss since September of 2022. It has over $900 billion in unrealized capital losses in its own portfolio. And it's using a mechanism that's paying hundreds of billions of dollars to private commercial banks to effectively induce them to keep their money in cash reserve accounts at the Federal Reserve instead of lending it out, or at least investing it in Treasury securities that would help bring down the rates that really matter to the real economy, the 10-year, the rates that involve real Americans and their decisions about buying a house or gaining access to capital to expand their own small businesses.
Is that a bribe? I don't even, you've been talking about that for a long time. What's the rationale? And if you look at some of the big money center banks and how much of the profits over the last 5 years, or what percentage, I mean, it's a minute thing, how much they've been able to generate by, I don't even know what it is. What's the rationale for that, for paying the commercial bank's interest?
It came about as an emergency measure. We're talking about October of 2008. So already, to me, I don't know who should be blamed more than the Federal Reserve for the global financial meltdown that occurred at that time. And Bernanke was the chairman. In fact, I noticed in the Kevin Warsh interview, which I quite enjoyed.
Order submitted.
He referred to Ben Bernanke as kind of a hero because it was a time when Kevin Warsh admitted we were making it up as we went along. And part of that aspect of making it up was that the Fed was going to end up making large-scale purchases of government assets. We call it QE, because they were going to lower the interest rate to zero by purchasing treasuries. And Bernanke knew that when you do that, the way the Fed does that is they say to a bank, we'll buy your treasury security, and the way we do it is we just credited your cash balance account here at the Fed for $1 million with a keystroke. When you do that, you created what we call base money, what Milton Friedman called high-powered money, because we had reserve requirements in those days. And that meant banks could lend that money out. And the whole idea was you're going to generate a multiplier effect and have economic activity, and that's going to help rescue an economy that was flailing after the financial meltdown. And Bernanke wanted to be able, because he was accused by smart people, like Paul Ryan said, well, that will unleash hyperinflation. Bernanke later said on a 60-minute segment, we can raise interest rates in 15 minutes. This gave the Fed the ability not to have to engage in open market operations to address inflation the Paul Volcker way, but to simply, in a way more reminiscent of the old Soviet state-run banking system, to dictate the interest rate. And if you pay banks more to keep their money sitting risk-free at the Federal Reserve at a very hefty interest rate, that becomes a more lucrative use of their money than to make loans. It's hard work to engage in real financial intermediation. That's what they will do. And why this has perpetuated to this day, that's one of the reasons we need to open up the Fed and move to a different construct. I would eliminate the Fed's use of this tool of paying interest on reserves and go back to shrinking its portfolio if you want to raise interest rates.
Judy, I have a question from an astute viewer who says, for many years, conservatives said the Taylor rule should be followed. Today, the Taylor rule says that Fed funds should be 5.92% versus Fed funds, which today are 4.5, which means that rates should be raised. What happened to the Taylor rule?
Well, you can cherry pick the Taylor rule. What we have is people who talk about Federal Reserve independence are advocating for complete discretionary authority of 12 people who vote 8 times a year on what the cost of capital should be. In a free market economy, it seems an anomaly that you would fix the interest rate as a way to manage the economy. And so the Fed resists this. They will not be chained to any kind of rule. And I think that's where you have to go. If you had a price rule, if you had something that said, if commodities or gold go to a certain level, then the Fed will be at least inclined to make some adjustment, because whatever that price rule is using as a reserve asset is giving an indication of how people in the real economy are evaluating the opportunities to productively use capital. And it's the demand and supply in a free market of loanable capital that should determine the interest rate. So what the Fed needs to do is not sit in a position of saying, even if it distorts the yield curve, we're going to pay 4.4% to banks to keep their $3.3 trillion sitting in cash at the Fed, not being loaned out to the real economy, not going into treasuries to lower those rates, which used to be the benchmark rates. And by the way, over 40% of those hundreds of billions in interest payments are going to foreign banks that have branches in the United States. Right. I think if Americans were aware of that, they would say, what kind of operating model is the Fed running? Not to mention that it's losing money doing it, because all the income the Fed generates on its own massive portfolio of holdings is going to the private commercial banks now, and then some. The Fed's actually going into debt and paying that interest, and all of that money would otherwise be remitted to the Treasury as income going to cover a lot of pay-goes in the federal budget.
Judy, if you could choose, you can choose one of the two Kevins, Kevin Warsh or Kevin Hassett. Which Kevin do you like?
Well, I have to at least put in a pitch that last Wednesday I saw on Polymarket that I was sandwiched in between the two Kevins. I think Kevin Warsh had a 19% chance. I had an 18% chance, and Kevin Hassett was at 13. Now, those betting sites are very fickle, so I no doubt have dropped
they've
down.
Moved. Warsh is firmly up there in the lead.
But I'm taking you out of it. You're not allowed to vote for yourself, Judy. So if you had a choice, forget about Polymarket. What would be your choice, given what you know about the two Kevins?
Or Scott Bessent. Yeah.
Well, I like the Treasury Secretary. I didn't think he was quite as chipper this morning as he normally is, but I think that's understandable given his schedule, and most recently to Japan and back. I think he has the right approach. I believe that you have to consider the national security aspects of what our central bank does. And I think he appreciates that. He understands how international monetary systems have worked in the past. President Trump is actually very sophisticated in saying that it makes no sense for the world's issuer of the dominant reserve currency to be paying 4.4% when other major central banks, let's look at the European Central Bank, their policy rate, their target interest rate is 2%, less than half of ours. That is why foreign banks are parking their cash. Here we have these global financial markets, and yet you have this anomaly of the U.S. in the middle of the pack among some real dogs as far as countries who can borrow at rates cheaper than the United States. It makes no sense. It would never happen if we had a level international monetary playing field. So I think that's really a more global-oriented approach that the president is taking, and he's long recognized the impact of central banks on with the aspect of currency manipulation, because the sophisticated people who have derivatives that are linked to this diverging paths among major central banks, which affect currencies, they're very sophisticated on this. And Treasury Secretary Bessent has excellent experience in those markets. So I think he's not a bad choice.
Very good. All right, I'm watching Polymarket. I know this is almost getting apprentice-like. Squawk Box is sort of the forum, Judy, so it's good to have you on today. I saw Morse definitely did himself pretty well. Taken favorably by, but who knows? It's a long way off. Judy Shelton, thanks for being on this morning. We'll see you. Thanks.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Up next, the head of Goldman Sachs mergers and acquisitions on where he sees deals happening through the end of this year and how he thinks you can profit. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's get a check on shares of Sarepta. They're down again today after falling 36% on Friday. The company is saying it won't comply with a request from the FDA to stop shipping its gene therapy after a patient taking a similar experimental drug died. Last week, Sarepta said that it would add a warning to the drug and lay off a third of its workforce. It's pretty complicated stuff. Patients who have this disease eventually die. There's a lot of questions being asked about it, but this morning that stock is now down another 10.5%. Squawk Box will be right back.
You might take something for your heart. You might get support for your joints, or even use something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you? Your brain. People all over the country take Prevagen for their brain. In fact, Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Powered eTrade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
Something amazing is happening here. In a world of data, people are accessing critical information quickly and securely. That's because CDW architects are building infrastructures with unified data storage from NetApp. With the flexibility to run workloads across any environment, providers experience less downtime, giving them more time with patience. Make amazing happen. NetApp and CDW. the Salvation Army, we know what comes after the aftermath. After the gale force winds retreat and the floodwaters recede. After the news coverage ends and the first responders head home. We know because we stay until the healing is complete. Give today to support relief efforts now and for years to come. With your gift, disaster doesn't mean defeat.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back, everybody. After a shaky start to the year, there appears to be some optimism on Wall Street for deal-making in the second half of 2025. For more on the merger pipeline and the IPO market, we want to bring in Stefan Feldgoys. He's global head of M&A at Goldman Sachs. And Stefan, let's talk this through. People were expecting some really big things this year with President Trump coming in, this idea of deregulation, the idea that maybe more deals would get approved more quickly. Didn't happen in the first 3 months, but I think things picked up towards the end of the first half.
It certainly did, and we just announced our second quarter. I think David was on. We saw volumes for us in the first half were up 50%. The market was up about 30%. At the end of 2023, I thought it was going to be kind of a plus 10 or 15%. 2024, it was kind of in that ballpark. There was still a lot of volatility. Didn't expect it to be robust. I kind of felt the same way going into 25. There was still a lot of things going on in the world that made deals challenging. That being said, the level of dialogue had accelerated. And I think David Dubner was on with you all a number of months ago, and it was then making predictions and talking about what was going to happen. And we really saw dialogue at levels that flowed through in the second quarter. And I'll tell you, those dialogues continue. We looked at 500 million and up deal counts as kind of our focus as we think about our business. We did about 60 in 2023, about 100 in 2024, and it's been about 140 transactions in 2025 year to date. So no more predictions, so to speak. It's kind of flowing through in the numbers, and we saw it in our second quarter.
And where did you see it, both geographically and then what sectors?
It's interesting. The $1 to $5 billion category has been incredibly robust. But in the second quarter, you saw a lot of 10 billion plus transactions come through. In fact, it's been one of the highest 10 billion plus transaction years year to date. So it's really been all sectors, all geographies. We've seen a lot in Europe. Europe's been incredibly active. But really, the $1 to $5 billion category, and we'll talk about private equity in a minute, very corporate, but $1 to $5 billion in the Americas have been incredibly strong.
And you recently reached out, did a survey, I think, of 700 companies where you asked them what they're planning and expecting for the second half of the year. What'd you hear back?
So we just published our second half white paper. We went out to about 700 companies, as you said, and well over half are talking about M&A as a core part of their strategy going into the second half of the year. I don't think that's dramatically different from prior years. It's just that the actual number of transactions happening relative to those predictions is what's happening. What's driving it? Is it AI? AI is flowing through every sector.
Yeah.
And so as companies think about how they want to reposition, coming out of COVID, supply chains, scale were critical pieces. Heading into the advent of AI, it's scale, it's technology, it's thinking about how do I take cost out? How do I have broader revenue scale? How do I accumulate data? And not just data, but in an organized way. It's flowing through every transaction.
Although it's funny, the Journal just had a story over the weekend about all of these big deals to go after talent. And maybe by buying the talent, it's circumventing some of the deals that would have gotten done otherwise. A $3 billion deal or something else where you just take the top talent out and run with it.
Well, we certainly think at Goldman Sachs that talent is everything. And so investing in talent through M&A, through hiring is robust right now. For the top talent, whether it be in M&A, whether it be in AI.
But how much do you think of the deals that aren't happening because there's this sort of acqui-hire approach? It's what they're even describing as reverse acqui-hire, meaning you don't actually buy the company.
Well, we've seen some of that more in technology, I would say. But broadly for the M&A market, it's not just talent, but it's assets, it's scale, it's clients, it's customer. I mean, there's very broad reasons.
In a long-term services world, in an AI-powered world where everybody can individually become Superman, right? it does maybe change the dynamic to which you would actually, instead of buying the company that quote unquote has assets, you'll end up just buying the people. And you may pay astronomical fees for the people to both undermine your competitor and capture the, whoever this superstar or multiple superstars are. Do you not see that longer term as a sort of a trend?
I think it's possible. We've seen this wave in prior periods where there were great programmers or people had great ideas on software strategy, where technology companies have been looking to hire the person or the group of people for a long time. As you think about the broad M&A market, though, I think it's much more about companies over time. There'll be periods and windows where there might be an idiosyncratic ability for certain talent to have a huge impact. But we've seen these cycles before. And in the end, it comes back to, I think, broader corporate franchises. Jamie Dimon has said he's concerned about the hot private credit markets. Are you concerned at all on that front? I won't comment on Jamie's comments, but when I think about the private credit, I look at it as, it met a client need, and it does meet a client need, and it's a very large market now where, in the end, it's one market. We've been doing private credit through our mezzanine funds for 20 or 30 years plus. Right. So it's not something that's new. It's obviously bigger than it was, and we need transparency in markets. But again, it's one market, not multiple markets, but private credit served a purpose. Private equity was able to directly negotiate. It serves in certain purposes, and it doesn't serve in others. But it's one part, to me, of how private equity is financing or other companies are financing their balance sheets. Stefan, thanks for coming in. It's good to hear the optimism. Thanks for having me. Nice seeing you all. You too.
Next, big week for earnings ahead for investors. What to watch when Alphabet, Tesla, and others reports coming before you know it. We'll be right back.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30/30?
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Just $15 a month. So.
Out here, you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing. And farm to table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, we've got all the supplies and are happy to share a little know-how.
Welcome to Tractor Supply, into life out here.
Two retiring business executives turn their post-career mission to greyhounds, giving these former race dogs a real chance to win. From planning your future to pursuing your passions, a Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your purpose, and the way you give back. That's life well planned.
You tend to see 4 stocks go by more than any others. Palantir, AppLovin,
Order canceled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Shits in the great game that is the stock market.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
We want you to start every day with the charge you need. The Ford Power Promise.
Get 0% APR, 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on the 2025 Mustang Mach-E SUV or F-150 Lightning truck.
I look different. I play different.
We were the greatest defense ever to play the game.
Winning becomes a lifestyle.
Welcome back to Squawk. Alphabet, Tesla, and other big tech names are going to be reporting earnings this week. Joining us right now ahead of those numbers, Dan Flax, Neuberger Berman, Senior Research Analyst. Good morning to you, Dan. Let's just walk through some of them. What do you expect? What do you want to own ahead of the numbers? And what maybe don't you want to own ahead of the numbers?
We're tracking these companies very carefully, as you know, Andrew. What we're seeing is that relative to when they gave guidance a few months ago, there's a little bit more clarity in terms of the very near-term business. So if we look at Google, for example, which I'm comfortable owning ahead of the numbers, I think they're continuing to transform search. They're adding AI overviews into the experience. The key is really delivering value to the users on one side and the advertisers on the other. And so cyclical cross currents will impact them. But what we look for in these periods is which companies can innovate, invest, and come out stronger. I think Google's one of them. Amazon, which we'll get next week. Yes, their tariffs. We're comfortable buying it ahead of those numbers. I think their cloud business it's over $100 billion, has very strong double-digit growth for several years to come. They have an underappreciated advertising business. A lot of names, though, are going to be, I think, calling out some of the trade and cyclical shifts and changes. But we look for select opportunities. And as I say, Google and Amazon, Apple is another one that I'm comfortable buying right here and right now.
You said Apple's one why so?
Yeah, because even though the demand environment is difficult, there are, of course, going to be continuing concerns around China. What you have is you have the iPhone install base continuing to grow. Customer satisfaction with the devices remains high. You have customers have been mixing up to the Pro and the Pro Max, so that supports that business. You have a $100 billion services business, which I think remains very well positioned. Apple Intelligence, there's work to do. I think we'll see more from them over the next several months. And the experience with generative AI remains very early. I expect Apple to clearly invest and innovate a lot more and, of course, partner with others.
What don't you want to own ahead of these numbers?
A lot of companies are in
Order
transition.
canceled.
And
Order
so, for
canceled.
example, I'll take Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, which bought Juniper
Order
recently.
canceled.
And they're a company that's trying
Order
to
canceled.
drive faster growth in
Order
their networking
canceled.
business, where I think there's opportunity.
Order canceled.
The networking, infrastructure
Order
businesses like a
canceled.
Nokia, for example.
Order canceled.
Those businesses are tough. I would contrast the traditional telecom equipment business with a company like Motorola Solutions, which has actually gotten out of that business many, many years ago, pushed hard in their core public safety franchise, where they have terrific opportunities, and they've expanded very successfully in key areas like video, command
Order
center
filled.
software. So that's
Order
a company
submitted.
that's come through a period of transition and transformation under CEO Greg Brown. Faster growth, expanding margins, and very strong cash flow. So that's a name I like at current levels.
Okay. Dan, we are just about out of time. I wish we could talk longer. What was the single earnings company that you're looking at that you think will represent the rest of everything else?
Microsoft, Andrew, and it's because their cloud business, the Azure business, I think remains incredibly healthy. And that really attests to this transformation of the economy as all industries invest in generative AI, new capabilities to transform their businesses, capture growth opportunities. I think Microsoft's Azure business will embody a lot of those changes, growth, and opportunities,
Order filled.
even while cyclical headwinds persist in some areas.
Right. Dan, I want to thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. We got to go, folks.
That'll do it.
Are we going to hug again before do a little kiss cam?
No.
What about no?
No. It's going to last me a while. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Kingston here with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber's back tomorrow. Got some more all-time highs on deck for the S&P as we brace for earnings to kick into a higher gear. Half the Mag 7 this week alone. Yield backdrop fairly benign. 10 years back to about a one-week low. Our roadmap begins with markets trying to build on these record highs. It's a big week for the tech trade. We'll get Alphabet, Tesla, and others. 6 months into the president's second term, we'll get a look at the winners and losers in that period. And then shares of Verizon are rallying, beating expectations, raising their outlook for the full year. Let's get right to the markets, though. Stocks are looking to extend their record rally. Jim, this would be, I think,
Order
would be
filled.
10 for the S&P, 12
Order
for the
submitted.
Nasdaq.
You come in and interest rates are lower, and the backdrop is one of calm in Washington. We expected Europe was going to be tough with tariffs. There's nothing new there. Instead, what we're seeing is the leverage of earnings. It's really good. Wages haven't been up that much. Maybe it's postulated by Mike Wilson, who Mike's had a good piece of it, that it could be all helped by AI. I do look at the stocks that are trading up in the morning, and half of them are S&P, and half of them are totally speculative. I think it's two markets. If you blend those two together, it's a mistake. They're just two markets, and it's just one of them is GameStop, but better companies, and the rest of it is the S&P.
Right. Wilson has a good note here. He's, as you say, 7,200 by the middle of next year. Operating leverage returning due in part to lower wage costs, and it may be further enhanced by AI adoption. Not really hearing significant level of tariff concerns from corporates.
I thought that was just an excellent piece, and at times I disagree with Mike. Mike is incredibly thoughtful, and I look at what he's saying, and I say it's kind of an unassailable theme. Now, you could have estimates go up enough that you end up with American Express or Netflix, and those 3M, where you just say, you know what, they moved up, but we have a lot of catch-up upgrades today, catch-up price target bumps, but nothing I think that resembles what we had. So I look at it as being a benign environment that is not responsive to tariffs. I'm not necessarily saying that it's what we get from Commerce Secretary Lutnick, which is, hey, you know, it's fine. I do think that there'll be a series of articles about how now they're going to be after Korea, they'll be after Japan. They have to be after everybody. That's just part of the program.
After meaning pursuing a deal?
That we have to just say, look, you know, the Kia, we have to tax it, even though they make a lot of them here. We have to because the guts of a Kia is made elsewhere. I know Lorenzo Gonsalves tonight. Cleveland Cliffs, I've got him from Mad Money, and he bought Stelco. Stelco, does it look good? No, he's mostly American. But it is absolutely true that the president doesn't want any steel made elsewhere. And that is just another driving force. And you know what? The bill, I mean, I went over the bill for club members. Oh, my God. It's really unbelievable for middle class. And people don't want to talk about it, but it's just money in your pocket. I am just flabbergasted how great this bill is for the middle class.
We've talked about what a fiscal stimulus it will be and the amount of money it will add to the federal debt.
We certainly do that. We just spend a lot of time on the debt. We don't spend a lot of time on the money that's going to individuals. And I think it could propel things. I think it could also propel retail. People are very worried about retail. I think that's, and they're huddled around Dollar Tree. I think that's a big mistake. Not that I think that the Target downgrade's wrong, because Target's kind of in the middle, but I do think it's time to buy Walmart.
Barclays does take Target to underweight today, talking about how things might get better. And in Barclays' words, inflation may be just starting. We do have the Journal piece about Amazon after saying that they would keep prices low, raising prices on a bunch of essentials.
Look, I think that Amazon is an overall piece, and I think I don't know how much that includes Prime, where the prices were incredibly low. Amazon's assured me that story, they didn't say it to this story exactly, but anybody who thinks that the prices are up, we'll take a look at Prime and think that's not true.
Well, we got the Journal. We did a piece Friday on Walmart price increases by as much as 50%, depending on the category.
Well, look, you got it. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time with Costco. Costco's not saying that. I mean, I think that it's just variant. Now, we do have that big beef problem. Because
big piece on CNN today about
the herd got too small.
13% year on year.
The herd, I mean,
herd is too small.
They don't plan the herd,
right?
But look, we could fill this morning with tales of woe, because they do exist. Or we could talk about how no tips that are taxed, what that means. We could talk
up to a certain level.
Up to a certain level. We could talk about, up to a certain level, how much people are getting back. And again, some people would say these numbers are effectively 40 million people. And I don't think they're talked about. Now, is it talked about because no one wants to talk positively about Trump? No, I think that Trump just throws a lot at you, and it's hard to keep track. It throws out a lot at you, and then a lot of it's good. But there is a belief that if you say something's good, you're off track.
Well, I think, I mean, people had the same reaction on the opposite side who could not stand the former president, and markets were doing 20%. That must have been frustrating.
Now, I think that was more Mag 7, but yeah, look, I'm totally conscious. Do you know that I use that this weekend I met a lot of people, and I said, well, Carl Quintanilla reminds me that the Biden market was just fantastic. And the throwback is, yeah, but that was Apple and NVIDIA. But there was more than that. But in this market, you've got the two tracks. You have what I call the Park track. I've been saying this is the Palantir, the AppLovin, the Robinhood, the Coinbase, and those just have no quit. They have no quit. And you can add nuclear. I mean, like, I've been following it. There was a stock called Okla which has nuclear. And at 35, I just said I surrender on Mad Money. I'm just going to recommend it. I'm all behind Akla. And it had no rigor whatsoever. No rigor, okay? It was just something which I just said, this has momentum. With Deckers, it's like, you know, I mean, look, Nike's going to have to cut price again. And on. I mean, I don't touch it. United Health is just, it's a tragedy on so many different levels. These, by the way, Boeing's going to have a fantastic quarter. IBM's going to have a fantastic quarter. NVIDIA's going to have a good quarter. There is an article today from The Information saying that they're having problems meeting the new Chinese chip. They went into quiet period this weekend. So when I did my check,
when the quiet period begins, you can count on an information headline.
Look, I started TheStreet.com and I said to people, you know what? It's a free fire zone when companies are going to quiet. Free fire zone. You have something, we're going to like sell subs because it's about commerce.
Your point on the industrials is good, especially following GE and 3M on Friday, which we didn't get to talk with you about.
3M was, I was surprised, only like the organic growth there was a little disappointing.
They're looking for 2, right?
Yeah.
Prior 2 to 3.
I mean, look, it's like Netflix. I mean, the Netflix call, by the way, was very fractious. And I felt bad because it was like you have them read these questions and then they like disagree with a guy. I mean, no, I mean, defend yourself, defend your life. But the fact is, people felt that Netflix was organically didn't have the number, and they feel that 3M didn't have the number. And I point out that was there a day they didn't raise Netflix? I mean, everyone knew 3M was going to be good. Everyone knew American Express would be good. You can't have a situation where people know it's going to be good. And the reason, by the way, in this Aklo park market, no one has real estimates. So as long as you don't have real estimates, there's no such thing as failing to beat the estimates. I mean, it's all just a Ponzi scheme. I mean, I love Aklo. It's fantastic. It does something nuclear. There you go.
That's your model.
I saw a guy on the beach yesterday. He said, why don't you recommend Aklo more? I said, why? He says, well, it's going to develop. I said, well, that's good. That's good. That's enough to recommend it. Do you know it's nuclear? Oh, yeah. And I said, well, do you know that, like, no one really covers it? He said, that's what I like. That's what people like.
Right.
No real coverage.
Right. But you would prefer some rigor, I think, on the retail base.
On Mad Money, I like to be rigorous. Like when you talk to Ted Pick, who's at Morgan Stanley, it reminds you that rigor really matters. But I have people calling on this Aklo at 35, and I'll say, listen, I wouldn't buy that for my trust, but you've got the green light, and at 40, remember Palantir said at 50 goes to 100. When it gets to 150, it goes to 200. I'm going to revise my price target when it gets to 200. Because it doesn't matter.
To 250?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's got the rule of 40.
Yeah.
It has a messianic CEO. When you bring them in, they make you money, and it has what this market really wants, which is momentum.
Yeah, there are some 200 targets on Palantir right now.
Yeah, but where were they when I was there?
Yes. Let's turn to the Fed chair this morning following the story in the Journal today that the Treasury Secretary, they say, advised the president against firing Powell. The president did take to Truth Social later that day to refute it, adding, quote, I know better than anybody what's good for the market and what's good for the USA. People don't explain to me, I explain to them. And we talked to the Treasury Secretary about it on Squawk just a few minutes ago.
We should think, has the organization succeeded in its mission? You know, if this were the FAA and we were having this many mistakes, we would go back and look at why has this happened? I mean, look at as you said at the top of this broadcast, there was fear mongering over tariffs, and thus far we have seen very little, if any, inflation. We've had great inflation numbers. So, you know, I think this idea of them not being able to break out of a certain mindset, you know, all these PhDs over there, I don't know what they do.
He called it UBI for economists at the Fed, even as he's saying the inflation backdrop is exactly what the Fed's intended to do.
Maybe the economists are redoing their offices. I don't know. I do think that I still stand by what our Fed chairman's doing. I think he's trying to say, listen, as you said, he doesn't want Amazon to be raising price, doesn't want Costco to be raising price, he doesn't want Walmart. He sees it, he's we like to wait. I do think that one thing that people don't get about Trump is people go and tell him things. And you argue your case, and he decides. Besson argued, and he decided that he favored the Fed.
We think. We don't. I mean, Besson did not confirm the journal piece by any stretch.
No, because that's how you get fired.
Right.
No one wants to get fired. I mean, like, look, I was a judge in The Apprentice. It's really humiliating when you're fired. I mean, you got to go down the elevator. It's like, see you later. It's you know, Jeff Probst and President Trump knew how to fire. Because maximum humiliation. Right. He ain't got nothing for you.
I mean, we did get a half-hour lesson in the market coming to terms with this idea of firing Powell when the 30-year went to 506 on that first headline.
Look, but I think that the president doesn't necessarily think that there's a system. Like when I read through the bill, I just said, well, he's running for president again. Because you would never do this unless you were running for president. It made no sense. And then I said, who would stop him from running for president? The Attorney General? Congress? I mean, these are just titular ends of the balance, checks and balance of our government right now. Titular.
You're not suggesting he will run again.
Why? Why not?
I'm asking you. I'm saying you are suggesting that he will.
Game on.
That he'll try.
Absolutely.
And how do you think the market would take that?
This market? I think they're afraid to say bad things.
Because otherwise...
Who wants to be attacked? Look at Harvard. I mean, I went to Harvard. I know Garber was in my class. Every day I look at Harvard and I say, you know, that's like a premier institution. Then I laugh. Premier of what? Premier of colleges? I mean, they turned out to have a real bad ROI.
I think we asked you once about this, and you said you would probably give more to Harvard in the wake of all this.
Well, I like Garber. He was my classmate. I don't want the president to hate me, but yes, I'm going to give money to Harvard. I already give money to Harvard. There's like Kramer Scholars, and I didn't discontinue the Kramer Scholars, much to the chagrin probably of the president, but it helps people who are not wealthy. Okay, not bad.
When we come back, we'll get to Verizon earnings this morning. The best stock on the Dow pre-market, as we had Hans Vestberg on Squawk as well. Pre-market looks pretty good as the S&P zeroes in again on all-time highs after a record week last week. Don't go anywhere.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. No one puts more love into logistics than these three. You need them. They need a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
Just back is sore. Let's go! Ice. Hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy hot. Just so back.
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
Never miss a moment.
Retailers are trying really, really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now, and we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter. But there will come a point where they can't do that anymore.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year.
I do believe if you lower rates, this is going to be one more leg to this prosperity. Housing starts will go through the roof.
Ryan wants to get every new device that's smart. I'm wondering, how can the internet handle all of this?
We have Spectrum Internet. We use it for everything. Homework, remote work from home, doing research for trips.
Spectrum Internet allows us to do things faster and more conveniently.
I feel like that's a win-win for everybody.
Fast, reliable internet, starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
This is a meal. Of all the pairings, you picked the same two on your first date meal?
Is this weird?
Now it is?
It wasn't.
Pick your You Pick Two meal. It just meals good at Panera.
S&P inclusions have been meaningful last couple of weeks. It was the trade desk the other day. Today it's Block going to go into the S&P as Hess makes some room for it. Also, Thomson Reuters will join the NDX, keep pace of these index moves and what it means for some individual tickers. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell as a Monday edition of Squawk on the Street continues.
Where are all the animals, Dad?
Don't know, kiddo. Just not our day.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with expert insights from Morgan Stanley to help you navigate the markets.
Mom can speak walrus?
Investment opportunities are everywhere you turn. But at T. Rowe Price, we're letting curiosity light the way, asking smart questions about opportunities like advances in healthcare and how these innovations will create a healthier world tomorrow. Better questions, better outcomes.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we've got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Good morning. Right now I'm stuck on the long 49. I got out on the other long, but yeah. I'm hoping so. But I don't want to go against the bot, so if it comes, I'm getting out.
Order canceled.
Short at 240. It just shorted earlier.
Let's get Kramer's Mad Dash. I think you're going to see two stocks pop, maybe even a third, versus CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
This is because of the attack.
Test ER's coming up. Gambit. You want to YOLO? I want to get puts.
Unknown vulnerability. This was extraordinary. I mean, everybody in the industry was really buzzing about this because a lot of different organizations were hit, and a lot of federal.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna get puts.
The only good piece I saw on this was the Washington Post, but all I can tell you is that the feedback.
What is it? Tesla's on Wednesdays. I'll get puts tomorrow.
Calls, meaning that then become clients. So you buy these, aggressively.
I need this pump, but it doesn't look good. Great thing is it's oversold for sure though.
Their side. I don't have their side. But they get money down. They want it like down. What is this down? I mean, come on. Okay, so
15 minutes got a little more downside, so I just want to get out my long and just wait.
No, I think that one of the things that we have to recognize is that there's a lot of these bad corporations that
Yeah, I need 300 to get a payout. There we go. Get me out of here. We got 8 minutes left, boys. I'm tired.
What was July 19th? That was the day last year. 8 million computers shut down because of a glitch of CrowdStrike. So it was very.
This weekend was the anniversary.
How that goes around comes around. But Microsoft is more vulnerable. People realize.
Come on, get me out. Get me out. Maybe I need to increase my take profit higher. In my point.
Order submitted.
How much business did George get from that? Well, take a look at the stock.
No, I want to get green because I need a payout before I mess up my winning streak. Yeah. Oh no, I just started trading today out of my vacation. So this is a real, yeah, during my trip. So, but I don't count it as trading, you know. Because I didn't really trade, just a guess. It is. But I'll get this payout. I'm gonna go hard on it. I didn't see any chart. I just said short. And it fell. Yeah.
Minutes to sink your teeth into a mouth-watering meal. So take the guesswork out of eating well all day long. Factor. Delicious options delivered fresh.
Well, Bob was green for like 15 points or more, but I don't know. I need to get out.
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Good for you. Rockstar moves.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, once we handle my agent, Gary, bubbly water, no bubbles. So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge. Shout out to Carmen.
Which one you trading? Which account you trading? Oh.
Through security so fast.
There we go. Pump it. It's gonna get 250. I don't know. I'm ready to get out. Come on. Yeah, he got a couple payouts. He sent me some Chipotle money while I was gone. Yeah. Yeah. It made 3K on TPT on a payout. Trading. Oh shit, I need to get up. Okay, I'm out. Yeah. Alright, I'm all flat now. I'm gonna wait for open.
Did you vote for President Trump? Because if you didn't, you're not allowed to make money. That, ladies and gentlemen, however sad or ever happy you may feel about it, is the real turn of events in Washington. And it is for me, in this room, I guess that's what really matters.
Jim, at his annual meeting just over a week ago, Jim, one of your big themes this year has been trying to get people to divorce their politics from their view of the market.
It's very hard. I deal with a lot of people who are very hard left, and they've sat out this rally because they think some degree the rally is based on the end of democracy as we see it. And then I talk to other people who you would regard as MAGA, and they're making a lot of money. And what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter. No one knows that you bought.
We might pump that open. But I'll try to be short it. We get 23,300. I'll short if we get it.
There's a huge infusion of capital. And Block gets out of the S&P. The amount of money that has to be in its index is insane. This is money coming out from the S. So I want to remind people that there's nothing political about making money. And I think that people feel that it is. Somehow it's a referendum on Trump. He doesn't know that he made money.
Right. I mean, in April, we were talking about Black Fridays. We were talking about S&P 4K. And that was based on policy. Well, so can you blame people for thinking that's a hot stuff?
Well, we talked about Besson, whether Besson was in favor of or against it, how it mattered about how. The initial tariffs took people by surprise. A lot of that was Peter Dwyer, and Peter's very hardline. And then Peter becomes less of a factor, and new people come in, and maybe Lutnick was a little bit more reasonable. So what happens is that you can't pay attention.
2 minutes, boys.
You have to pay attention to the next guy, And I just think that people are missing out because they just think that the president is creating a huge budget deficit. They're not thinking about what it means to have industries doing incredibly well right now in the aerospace industry, or Boeing's report is going to be very big up. They're not thinking about the IPO market coming back. They're not thinking about a huge number of new pipelines.
And bot's gonna get wrecked on this short.
They're not thinking about how the stress tests change, what banks are able to do. These are all things that he's done, the president.
3 minutes looks like more upside, but 15 minutes we got room to go down. So let's see.
It's real. I mean, the strains that
What up?
people argue he's putting on the judicial system, on the legal system.
Your boy up to blow his account yet?
Posting AI videos of arresting President Obama.
I'm up 245, so I'm catching up to him. Yeah, it's about to pump. Oof, I did not want to chase. Bot's short, so I ain't chasing.
Because what the market responds to is profits.
Yeah. No, it's not over yet. It's down. It's oversold bounce. Oh, you on a 1 minute? I'm gonna join a bot. So I join a short with a bot. I'll average down if I have to. I know. I should have waited. Okay. Yeah, my long would have been good. Holy cow, what a pump. Evals, I need to start passing these evals.
People who get really want to say the word MAGA because they think the word MAGA is illegitimate. And then a lot of people say, well, he's totally owned by Trump.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying that these policies, which you may say busted the budget, Elon Musk, the policies are to put money in people's hands. And that money does not go, not asterisk. You can't just say, you know what, I'm not going to make money on the largest tax people make unheard tax. I'm not going to
average down. I'm just trying to make a lot on this TPT Pro. Get my payout. Oh no, the 15 might be curving up for more. Yeah.
Today it is submitted. 26, New York, New Jersey host committee. You saw the mayor up there at the NASDAQ Axum Therapeutics.
Oh, maybe we get all-time high again.
nervous system
We'll
disorder.
see.
Do central nervous system almost there.
I was going to get to you.
Damn, how long would have been good?
Friday, but down again today, as they say they're going to not comply with this FDA request to stop shipping.
There we go.
Order canceled.
I need 2,000.
Order submitted.
In the new government,
Order filled.
order filled. Some people would say
Order submitted.
not in keeping with what the government handled Jefferson, the founding fathers. And I would come back and say they too have become irrelevant right now. They could be relevant later on, but I'm not auditioning for the show of Hamilton here.
Yeah, I mean,
Order
70%
submitted.
a year, questions about disclosure, you name it.
Damn, what a pump. Holy cow. Let me see if bot's gonna go long. No, not yet.
Submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
That's it. You know, if you kill people,
Order submitted.
that drug is stopped.
Order filled.
Prosecute anyone, any company that
Order
uses that, I
submitted.
would prosecute the CEO for homicide.
Three deaths on this gene therapy.
Order filled.
Order filled. Say, listen, I'm going against a charge of homicide because you're killing
Order
people.
filled.
Order filled.
Almost 52,000. Still got 1,000 to go. To pass.
Order submitted.
To say, all right, we'll do anything. These people have nothing. There's no hope. So we'll do
Order filled.
It's not dumping anytime soon. Not yet, at least.
The moment.
I'm just counting these.
Order submitted.
He said they're all, the streets underestimating his partnership. And I said, well, no,
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Except for he sold hot dogs.
Order submitted.
Yeah, it does.
Now, there's a big play that matters. But Russell
Order filled.
Order filled. And he said this would happen. People just said, well, what does it mean? And the answer is it means that there's another channel.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled. The owners, the franchisee.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
I just think
Order submitted.
that was really good numbers.
Order submitted.
Be prepared to be steamrolled.
It's been a heck of a rebound. Speaking of rebounds, Jim, Coin, if you bought on IPO day 4 years ago, you're finally back to even. Canner goes to 500 today.
Yeah, I think that's within reason. PEs of these companies.
Order submitted.
This is the lowest one in Park at 40 times. Well, Robin is not that low.
Order filled.
Order filled. PE analysis is
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled. 62 times earnings. Coin is at 40 times earnings. And people will say, well,
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
multiple's too high. And I come back and say, do you really think that the retail investor knows what a multiple is? Is that like, what are you like, some sort of abstraction?
Order filled.
But you're talking about it like it's a good thing.
Order submitted.
Oh, my shorts are hitting. Oh, man.
So when the insiders do big deals and sell, and when they're secondaries.
Order submitted.
That's what caused 2014. That's what caused it to end. 2020. That's what caused it to end.
Right.
I mean, 2000. That's what caused it to end. 2000 being the vicious number of secondaries between January and March of
That was a new high of day earlier. I didn't even know that.
Order filled.
These years were just horrendous. And these companies broke down.
Order submitted.
And what bot just went long. Yep. Wow. Yeah, it just went long. Dang. Well, 3 minutes looks like no upside. 15 minutes, I can't tell anymore.
Say, you know, they're like what happened to the dot-coms. They didn't have any money.
You don't mean Park itself doing insider stuff.
No, you mean as a messianic leader.
I'm kind of stuck in a lot of short. Holy shit.
They do have net selling on
Order submitted.
Jensen's part.
Is it new all-time high? Yeah, that's new all-time high.
Yeah, it is on trade day. Oh no, actually I didn't touch trade day. Forgot. Let me reshort that bitch.
Order submitted.
But it looks like we got new all-time high.
And now I look at them and I think there's Barnum and there's
Wow.
Bailey and a bunch of other guys.
Order
There's actually
submitted.
quite a few notes today, Jim, on Apple. Morgan Stanley reiterates 235.
Invest out there.
Might be better than we think.
Order
They
submitted.
argue.
Dan Righteous is out there saying, look, the $200 subscription if he buys Perplexity. Now, I was listening to my great friend Jeff
Order
Sonnenfeld
submitted.
about how unreliable these are, and his conclusion was, well, you got to be careful. You got to look at them all. My conclusion is, why do you think they're building so many data centers? Because they're not.
Yeah, I hate when it's all-time high. It's so hard to trade now. Bot went long toward all-time highs. I don't know. I mean, it's green 10 points.
Optimistic for Alphabet's print this week?
Order filled.
Unfortunately, yes. I sold the stock for
What is it?
Microsoft. A lot of it.
324.
Order submitted.
Just didn't. Well, look, I'll tell you how wrong I was. Apropos of this moment.
Yes.
I thought it mattered that the judiciary found that they were monopolists. And you know what that revealed me as? A
Order
small-minded
canceled.
person. And I don't like to be small-minded in the face of people making money. Now people think,
Order
I might be
submitted.
good. No, I read the opinion.
Order submitted.
And I said to myself, well, they could be like Standard Oil.
You're stuck on a short.
And then I remember Standard Oil was one of the greatest wealth providers. And what was that? TR made everybody a fortune. I thought that Eddie Hughes' story about how the number of
Drop that hoe.
the actual use of Google would be down. Again, I mean, I was not in keeping with the times.
Well, there's a big piece today on how YouTube won the battle for TV users.
Right? YouTube versus Colbert. Look, I read the journal and it talks about how much money
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, damn. All my shorts are hitting again. Wow.
Order filled. Order filled.
Even though I was probably in terms of my own view for
Order filled. Order
I
submitted.
actually did feel that the court's ruling
Order filled.
and that's because I was pre-Trump.
While we're in the media neighborhood, Jim, Superman, another 50 mil. It's going to take it over 400 plus.
That Superman movie's not been good.
Saz, who is
Order
in the driver's seat
submitted.
right now, is going to be able to split the company into what I
Order
think would be
submitted.
not that great a company, which is cable, but I keep it just with me, and then you're going to get the studio. And the higher it goes and he finishes his balance sheet, the more likely it's going to happen. David Zaslav is very smart, and there was too much, initially there was too much debt. He's taking care of that. Right. He's a businessman.
Stock's almost a double off of April.
I think that's incredible, but that's again, big. Look, when I got in the business, I remember Close Encounters came out, and I told everyone to go buy Close Encounters. Go buy. Is it Universal? University. Yeah. Go buy.
No,
Yeah, it was
I haven't.
Wasserman.
I don't think he's on today, but I'm not sure.
This is a killing. There's this book. This is a year of magical thinking. Which is a damn good book. Yes. It's not subject for
Damn, keep on all-time high.
This is a year of magical thinking.
Verizon, as we mentioned, the Dow, Hans Vesper.
Verizon was good. I mean, it's like,
They did raise the guidance, and Hans Vesper had a line on Squawk this morning. Take a listen to that.
Order submitted.
We have the resilience in our industry in Verizon, and then secondly, in the case of Verizon, we have the highest quality customer base in the industry. So of course, our payment are good. The way we don't see any deterioration of payments from our customers. So it's a really resilient, strong business on a product that we.
Now the CEO saying consumer resilience.
Yeah, and I think it's
Order filled.
saying, look, I think that maybe you're just taking share. In other words, what's happened is that there's
Order submitted.
there's nothing. I think that's going to prove to be wrong. I don't know how that's going to prove to be wrong. I mean, maybe it's mint.
Should have listened to Fish and Long earlier. How long looks good.
This good free cash flow guidance is dropped.
What I look at, and they're very optimistic, and that's
Order filled.
Order filled.
I have not told people
Order
about
submitted.
Verizon. I tell people buy AT&T. APT. I think APT is going to be fat.
In the auto business, Jim, Stellantis, first half loss is going to be tough. Tesla, B of A, even though they raised the target a little bit on their cash
Order
position,
submitted.
since Tesla deliveries are going to make this week's front.
That's irrelevant. What matters is that they have a vision. What's
Order submitted.
Robots, autonomous, and if you want to be small-minded, focus on
Order filled.
Now, am I being facetious? Small-minded? No. I mean, this
Order
is
submitted.
I don't know people. Why are they going to raise the investment?
Order filled.
filled.
Order submitted.
I mean, we must.
Order filled.
Running the auto business. Posting about Baby Grok, despite all of the weird stuff that
Order
Grok's been
submitted.
doing the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm on Grok. I use Grok to be able to figure out the big beautiful bill, and it was like it worked. You have to pick your spots. I mean, if you
Order submitted.
you can
Order
these
canceled.
things, and of course, I think it was horrible. But you want to mention what came up, but I do think that people should say, okay, well,
Order filled.
I was trying to find a summary of American Express, and 3 of them had it. One of them said it's due to report on Friday, July. You know, so I mean, you
Order
know,
submitted.
Look, there's 5 of them, and you just go from one to another. You try to figure out who's the best. For the most part, they're not. Was looking for 92.5.
Man, I'm down $400 on my pro. This is brutal. I'm just gonna hold. Hopefully we get a drop later. Both. One's down 100, one's down 3. No, one's down 100, one down 400.
They're just saying, well, that's not
Order submitted.
No, I'm at 4 now. Yeah, I keep shorting, but
You think this will be an improvement? It is.
yeah, that was a dumb one.
Order filled.
And then bot 8 what? 40 points on it? 30 points?
Of the S&P.
They're so cool. And look at the price targets. They're so below. I don't hit up Texas Instruments. I don't even know where it is, but Texas, like you look at these and you just say, what were people doing with price targets of 190, maybe 170? Look at that. I mean, there are people who are target 160, and those are the people who have to take up their numbers, and they don't want to take up their numbers like today, because then they were revealed as people who were not believers in the year of magical thinking.
We got one more upgrade of the rails today, Jim, as Cowan takes CSX to buy. Well, we talked about it with David on Friday.
David, don't you think that
Order
these is going to
submitted.
merge?
Come on, baby.
Yeah, you're constructive on the group.
The FTC?
Order filled.
Order filled.
Damn. Wow. That's brutal.
Order submitted.
That's part of the whole DRAM thesis, Jim, going into this back half season.
Man, I need a dump so bad. Holy shit, they just keep going up. Shit. That should not play the bot.
Order submitted.
Some might argue that the conditions being put in place, say from the
Order
FCC,
filled.
might not be
Order canceled.
FCC is political.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
what like does it. Now, I say these things, and people just say, man, Kramer's really off the rails. CSX is going to merge with Union Pacific there. I'm off the rails. I am
Oh, the bot went long.
Order filled.
People refuse to believe that this is a different government. They do think that it's going to be like, it's going to revert to Biden's government. It's not. I was reading my friend Rush in Brazil this morning about the number of pipelines that are being built to take natural gas in different places. And it's just, you want to open a natural gas pipeline, it's pretty partisan. Anybody, you can fight them locally, but this regime is much more aggressive, say, than the Nixon regime.
Order filled.
For pro-business.
Nixon
Order
was the
submitted.
EPA. I mean, people forget.
Nixon was in Clean Air Act.
Yes.
Order filled.
Nixon was crook. Gotta mention it. You know, it figures into thinking next was
Crazy.
design. I'm not asterisking that. He was including that. The politics of guaranteed income by more than him was real, but yeah, you were allowed. No one had to make less than 15,000. But I just think that we're in a different world. People, when I speak to people, they think it's ludicrous that I say all this money can be made. In the meantime, Aqua double.
Yeah, I'm about to blow my TPT. You know, 500.
The consumer is going to be much more.
Yeah.
Josh Brown had a great note this morning. There are the people who own stocks.
No, I had 1,200. So they keep pumping. Yeah, they keep pumping though. We'll see. I'm not going to average down.
When they get to the bank, the teller's going to say, "Hey, listen, I can't take that money. You didn't."
Yeah.
Order submitted.
Doesn't count. So they're like factoring that in and saying,
Too late for that.
I just think that it's just divided. It's pure political work. And if you want to go with Trump, you can make money. And if you want to fight him and you think that we're
What is this?
I think you're just really someone from a previous generation. And you ought to be.
No, 3 minutes still got upside. 15 minutes looks like it want to go up. I can't see it going up this much, but.
As we go to break, watch bonds as well. Of course, the Fed remains an important story as we're in the blackout window. We'll get LEI at 10, but it has been relatively friendly as we got the 10-year back to
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Order submitted.
Just hitting new all-time high now.
Order filled. Order filled.
Fixed income.
Submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
Management begins and ends with you.
Dang.
Goals as our focus on
Order submitted.
and our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth
I
management.
did not want to start overblowing all these pros and funded, but it's brutal.
There's one brand that stands above the rest.
I got a whole bunch, maybe 6 funded. I'm not averaging down. Yeah, I'm short on everything. My lowest short is at 303. I'm sorry, 295 on that stupid pro. I might average down. Let's see what's the levels. 375 is top, so we always almost at the top. Or past the top earlier.
Order submitted.
How was it?
Yes, that's what express means. It means fast.
Nice.
Morgan Stanley, old school hard work. Meets bold new thinking.
Yeah, maybe the pop is done. Man, bought 8.
To transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Senior Open, the biggest names in the sport, or even Europe's only senior major championship is here. The ESPN Senior Open, NBC and radio.
One very interesting story last couple of weeks has been
Order
this
canceled.
digital real estate platform Open Door, Jim. It's benefited from some bullish thesis online.
Motion, that's what people are doing.
Order submitted.
Is it a dump? No, it's a pump. And the goal is to get it to 8. And if you want to get
Order submitted.
that's part of this chip game. This is a parlay. There are a lot of parlays going on. And
Yeah.
I don't want to take the pot.
Still got a lot more upside in 3 minutes, man. Hope some news will dump it. Yeah, it's down. Still going.
So we got some early opening highs, 63.21. S&P stop trading with Jim is next.
Order submitted.
The average dog goes to 10. That's 10 birthdays, 10 first summer swims,
Order submitted.
and annual camping trips. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our freshly made food comes pre-portioned, just for your dog. Because a dog in a healthy weight can live longer.
Are you green, Gambit? It's better than me. I hate when it's all-time high. I always end up shorting. And I shorted all-time high, 333, 335. Maybe this dip will help a little bit.
CNBC Plus, market destination? CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Yeah, it's a big wall there.
Good things to those who wait. Special factor. Yeah, just 2 minutes to sink your teeth into a mouth-watering meal. So take the guesswork out of eating well. All day long. Factor. Delicious options delivered fresh. How many?
1 or 2?
18. Rocket Money says you made 18 food delivery orders this week. Do you deny these charges?
You're gonna believe Rocket Money over me?
I do. This is the app that shows you all your expenses and more. It's time to create a budget. Now, please.
I mean, 15 minute can still curve down if we drop more.
Download Rocket Money today.
Time for Jim.
Trading. Yeah, I'm always looking for companies like Square have bought that can really take off even if it doesn't get added to the S&P. And there are a couple notes about Pinterest. I think that
Order
Bill
submitted.
Gates did a remarkable job as CEO. Pinterest is going to be part of what's scraped by these the 5 big ones, and we should highlight the 5 big ones that they do matter. And I just think Pinterest is a place where people go to learn, and people go to crafts. It's an underrated site. It's $25 billion. Could be good for the
Wow.
Stanley says the growth acceleration is not being priced. It's a relatively
Order
safe
filled.
environment for kids.
High day.
There's a bunch of positives about it.
Order submitted.
This is a remarkable site because if you want to take a trip, if you want to learn to paint, if you want to learn to cook, if you want to cook something really special, it's where you go. It's a very
It's gonna get 400.
and it seems
I'm about to blow. Oh man.
very much of a site that you're not going to see the stuff that
I have 700 left, 780. Yeah.
very nicely. And remember, they buy almost all American, and Lorenzo's offering a nice deal for anybody who works there to buy American. He also, by the way, I think is integral in what happened in Washington. Now, he's not going to say, listen, it was my
Order
idea.
submitted.
The general's not going to say he lobbies his position, the president makes it or not. People should understand the president actually makes the decision.
It's generally how it works.
Yeah, but, again, I'm not saying that the
Come on,
main
dump it, baby.
is the devil. I'm just saying, come on, understand.
Order canceled.
Stop it. Stop it. Try to make people money. That's what they want. Look,
Order
And
submitted.
hopefully it's tonight. Mad Money, busy weekend. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll get some breaking data after the break with LEI. Don't go away.
Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Ooh, got out loud on my long. Was short.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors. We'll get you there.
There's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks
Order
or
submitted.
farm folk, we got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
Personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Bugatti
Order
Hydrolosol
submitted.
injection for
Come
my
on,
generalized
drop it
mouth
down
pain
more. I need to
illness,
get out.
I personalized my treatment goals. Bugatti Hydrolosol can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Bugatti Hydrolosol for
Order
ridiculous
submitted.
speed.
It's travel ready. I can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms. That's treatment my way. Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo. At GE Aerospace, we turn what ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how
Order
far
submitted.
the next generation will go.
See this? Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. See this? Insights that impact.
What about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow? I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We have concerns with lots of American
Order
companies.
filled.
Squawk that do business in China.
You should be concerned with the companies that don't come on.
Order filled.
Phil.
Blackbox, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, streaming on
Order
CNBC
filled.
Plus.
Order filled. Order filled.
Oh my gosh, 400.
Submitted.
David Faber at the morning off. Stock exchange. Stocks kicking off the week in the green after a week. Record territory here, 0.5% on the S&P 500. Down 60, and the Nasdaq charges ahead as it has been, up 0.7%. Big week of earnings coming your way. Take a look at treasuries as we kick off the week. Get the Fed meeting later in the next week, later in the month. The 10-year yield 4.36%.
That's your 400, Gambit.
So there's buying. Right this hour, great week for the market. Major earnings are coming from Alphabet, Tesla, Intel, and more. We'll tell you about what we've already heard from companies and what could be coming. And shares of credit score company FICO under serious pressure lately as FHFA Chief Bill Pulte
Order
targets
filled.
the firm over
that
fees
one.
and competition. FICO
Was
CEO will
400
join us
short
for
of
this as well.
400 on this
Order
other account.
submitted.
Major print today on the economy. Let's get LEI with Rick Santelli. Morning, Rick.
Order submitted.
Jeez.
June leading economic indicators.
10-year yield right now at 4.35, down a half dozen basis points. That's making new low yields, new high prices on the section. Now, that would be 7
My trade day is down 500. I was up 300 today.
So we do see that this week.
I hope your sun blows first.
Pretty healthy, all things considered. Interest rates have come in this morning on the low side after.
And my sizing not that high, so I'm still alive for now.
5% on the 30-year bond. We do have a 20-year bond auction this Wednesday, but outside of that, supplies on the T-bill side as interest rates continue to try to realign themselves. You know what the weakest LEI was? It was April of this year, Liberation Month. A lot of things were distorted then.
Order submitted.
5-year low.
Dang, it would not die at all. Holy cow.
Rebounding to some extent, even though this is still a negative number. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Rick Santelli, 3-year, 3.8.
Order
We're 30
submitted.
minutes here into the trading session here. 3 big movers we're watching. On the earnings front, Cleveland Cliffs moving higher after reporting a much smaller loss than
That's
expected.
going
CEO
red.
saying, in the release, Cliffs is a major supplier of steel to the automotive manufacturers, and the Trump administration continues to show strong support to both the domestic steel and domestic automotive sectors, stock rising a nice 7%. Meantime, shares of fintech player Block higher as well on news that it is joining the S&P 500 and replacing Hess now that Chevron has completed its acquisition of that company, as we spoke to the CEO of Chevron about on Friday. And then Strategy also higher after the company said it bought more Bitcoin, 6,000 Bitcoins last week for around $740 million. It just keeps buying and buying and buying and putting Bitcoin on its balance sheet. But Carl, it's a light week of macroeconomic data. All the focus this week is going to be on earnings, numbers from the quarter, and outlooks, and what companies are saying about their business and the economy. And we started talking about last week just how much better it was than has been so far than expected early April after Liberation Day. But look who we're going to hear from. 20% of the S&P 500, 5 down components. Consumer companies like Coke, we'll talk to the CEO tomorrow.
How much more can we go up?
Tesla, Wednesday's going to be a big day for that. But so far,
I mean, the target 2's already hit, so.
Geopolitical uncertainty. You just wouldn't have thought we would have had comments like that during the huge sell-off that we had in early April around all those tariffs and all those fears.
Order submitted.
It's amazing.
It is. I mean, it's obviously not linear.
Order
They
submitted.
downgraded the cruise lines today, where yes, the analysts run up, and that
Order submitted.
arguing that the bookings trajectories are good, but not blowing the cover off the ball.
Order
like they were
submitted.
6 months ago, we had Amex commentary on Friday
Yes.
talking about travel.
I have that. I have Amex. Okay, so Amex. Yes, a little softness in travel, but really a strong read, I think, overall on the consumer. I mean, what Steve Sperry, the CEO, said, what we're seeing right now is very consistent spending. You're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in airline, not necessarily front of cabin. You're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in lodging, but again, not necessarily on the high transactions, which are up. Goods and services continue to be resilient. I think
Greenlaw was in Spy Call, I guess, last week.
Nice. Son of CNBC.com. The bottom line is, sure, it's not, booming economy, but it's definitely better than expected. And there's a bit of a resurgence in confidence, which we've seen in the surveys and are now hearing from CEOs after, the calibration, I'll call it, of the tariff policy. We still got higher tariffs, but we didn't get as high as it looked in early April, and the market calmed down, and everybody feels like started to calm down around it. Verizon CEO was on Squawk Box this morning. He also talked about the stability that they're seeing in the market. Listen.
We have the resilience in our industry in Verizon, and then secondly, in the case of Verizon, we have the highest quality customer base in the industry. So of course, our payment are good. We don't see any deterioration of payments from our customers. So it's a really resilient, strong business on a product that we all need.
Telcos, they're always usually resilient, but good to hear him talk about that. He also said that it's not affecting capital investment. Andrew asked him if there was all these worries that companies would pull back on their spending because they'd be worried about their cost structure and tariffs and everything. And he said, no,
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
What the hell?
Back to remember,
All these shorts hitting.
pressure. That's been going on for years. It feels like we're getting a little bit of the premium. You heard the cabins mentioned
Jim with Delta's quarter the other day said the main
Order
categories
submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
consumer still feeling a lot of pressure and a lot of pain. It's been years of inflation and higher interest rates, and more strapped consumer. But as long as there
Order
is
submitted.
job growth, which we have seen, and not a large amount of layoffs, which we continue to see in the weekly jobless claims, resilient has been the word of the day.
Brings us to the earnings picture, of course, which is what the market cares about. Our next guest says this will be the first quarter to show some material impact.
Can't even buck out 100 point long towards higher day. That's crazy.
Strategy with Krishna. It's always good to have you, Vinny. Welcome. What do you mean by material?
Well, so far we haven't seen the impact of tariffs. And if you recollect, compared to the beginning of the year, the reason we cut our numbers by roughly $10 for S&P is that we felt that tariffs are here to stay. What we're debating is the magnitude and what areas are impacted. And net that we, in our view, has about a $10 impact. We haven't seen
Any
it yet,
news?
right?
No,
And the
there's no
question
news
is,
coming
I
out.
think it's quite likely that we'll start seeing some signs of that in this quarter. But recollect, I mean, just now you were discussing with the consumer, even in Q1 earnings, which are very strong, the one pocket of weakness we did see was in the consumer space, both discretionary and the staple space. And that was even without the pressure of tariffs coming in. And so I think this is the first time we may see, in fact,
Order
that is
submitted.
what is reflected in S&P sectors outside of tech. If you look at the numbers, they've come down quite hard. They're running worse than long-term averages. And the consensus for the first time expects that to contract, after about 4 quarters of expansion.
Right, but the magnitude of the tech part of the market is so large, it's going to drown that out, is it not?
Absolutely. So our view is that tech is once again going to bail out the whole market. If you remember, in the last quarter, the consensus expectation was around 14% growth for big tech. They posted 28%. This time, the expectation is roughly 15%. I think they'll blow past that number once again. The question again is, outside of that, we want to see which areas are managing the margins better. Who and how is it showing up in terms of their ability to push prices through, and how is the consumer handling it? Those are something we will be paying attention to.
Did you get too bearish around the tariff?
No. I think we haven't changed the numbers. I think what is important is that it hasn't shown up yet, right? And to the extent that even it shows up, the main thing is the market is forward-looking. We do expect earnings to rebound quite sharply next year, even in an environment where economic growth is going to moderate, but it's going to be better than this year. Consumption is going to improve, but worse than long-term pre-COVID averages. In such a universe, we expect earnings to actually rebound 9%. And consensus is actually a lot more stronger.
Yeah, I should follow fish.
Where you think we end this year and what happens next. In the short term, I think we have a range in terms of our base case and upside case, and the S&P is roughly in that range right now.
You would probably argue that, Morgan Stanley makes the point for you today that the margins are being supported by labor costs are benign.
Just give me like 350, 300 would be nice, but I don't think I can get 300. So that pro is going to be dead, for sure.
In the case of AI productivity, it is showing
Yeah. What is it? That pro is at 3. Actually, no, I average down, so I need 314. Yeah, it can get there. Yeah. It's okay, I got time. No kid this week. Keep dropping because I got I got 2 NQ short at 68. That's on the eval.
Yeah, in the sense that after this year, we'll move past it. We'll just live with whatever the base level is. In our base case, when we cut our number down, we're expecting that it'll be roughly 30% on China and 10% rest of the world, which is quite.
And that will show up where most?
It will show up in the margins getting hit, especially for sectors outside of tech, especially in the discretionary, in the staples.
Shouldn't investors just look through them if you think earnings are going to rebound sharply up?
Yeah, I don't think
I'm up 200 on my Apex 50K. Maybe I'll get that to pay out. Yeah. No, I was short at the top.
We are past the peak levels of geopolitical risk. So it's such an environment being
But I want more. I want to get 500 a day on that. I'm playing AQ on that one. I have so many Apex. I want to hurry up and get that to pay out.
Order submitted.
You could selectively take profits, but you don't want to have exposure to tech for sure, especially big tech.
When it comes to accelerated depreciation,
The eval, yeah.
forward deductions, and all the dereg from the.
I went like, I think 4 or 5 NQ short, and then I was just driving, and then I saw an email.
I think they will. For example, if you look at the interest reduction, right? We went from 30% of EBIT to 30% of EBITDA. So obviously, if you are a
Damn, AQ would not die at all, man. Keep going back up. This course overbought soon. On the 3 minutes is near.
In 9 to 10% in their earnings because of that change in feature, because they're highly levered. The other thing we talked about, the ability to expense R&D expenses, the ability to accelerate depreciation, and this interest. I think as a combination, we are still evaluating it, but I would expect that to be healthy. To some extent, it will cushion the blow from tariffs. And tariffs also, mind you, argues that only 50% is what is absorbed in their margins. 50% will be passed through in prices. And you saw this morning in the Wall Street Journal where Amazon, a whole bunch of numbers, they are going up, right? Our own analysts, when they did a field study recently in LA, looking at container ships, and so they actually saw that labels were being changed up 30-40% for a lot of goods which are still out there in the storage facilities, right? So I think it is coming. But I think that as long as, to Sarah's earlier point, if you have consumer who's relatively strong, and that's been one of the key pillars of the U.S. economic growth story in the last 4 or 5 years, unemployment being relatively low, some moderation, I think we are in a respectable spot.
Vinny, it's great to have you in. And we'll see what we get as we work our way through the quarter. Vinny Christian.
Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. FICO CEO
Come on,
joins us
get
to defend his business as the FHFA chief targets the credit score firm over fees.
Restaurant names are on the menu this week, but Sarah mentioned Domino's
Yeah.
earlier, good earnings and helping to lead the S&P. We'll talk to an analyst about which names he likes right now.
Does Apple's future hinge on a folding phone? We're going to talk to new reports here surrounding Apple's next potential product. Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back. The Dow 123.
There's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we got all the supplies and know-how you'll need.
Welcome to Tractor Supply. Engine life out here.
In the age of AI, smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined
Looks like I'm gonna hit another short.
Order
Yep.
your business stays safe, so you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust Order fill. Order fill. Order fill.
We've done it. We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
FindAGoodRealtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Don't research Realtor.com. Retailers are trying really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now, and we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter. But there will come a point where they can't do that anymore.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year.
409? Damn, we don't hit with that.
Order submitted.
There's going to be one more late to this prosperity.
farmers give their heads a lot of attention. Is it really necessary to give it that much?
Nope.
Order submitted.
Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
Fluorescent UV Pro Sport. Feel the heat, not the burn. Advanced UV protection for high-intensity activities. Stays put while you're active. Dermatologist tested, professional athlete approved. Fluorescent.
This is a meal, a steak and focaccia feeling, a fresh Mott's moment, a basily savory salad.
your ticket to Italium. Try the new Italian summer menu. It just feels good at Panera.
Domino's Pizza turning lower after results this morning. Their same-store sales did top estimates for Q2, although earnings came in a bit below expectations. Company says delivery and carry-out grew in the U.S. International grew despite some macro challenges. Let's bring in Evercore ISI analyst David Palmer.
And share short at 405, man.
20 target on the stock. David, good day.
Join me. Short. Go.
Did they say something mid-morning to prod this reversal?
No.
I had that's why I got in earlier. I would have got out. So I have another one at 409 if it hit high day again.
Buy hedge funds, the long-only community, the long-term investors are not totally convinced of the long-term story. This is one that's doing a lot of stuff right now to drive sales. By now, I mean really over the next 12 months. And a lot of people are not convinced that they are truly a 3% plus same-store sales company after they get done stuffed crust and this DoorDash contribution over the next 12 months.
Right. We think of them as sort of a tip of the spear tech player within QSR. Is the Dash, how high can that number get? These orders through third-party apps?
Order canceled.
It's reasonable to expect that they're going to get a couple points or maybe 3 points from DoorDash over the next 12 months or so. The question is after that, between the customers that they've recruited through Uber Eats and DoorDash, can they continue to funnel them down to their first-party relationships, their loyalty program, and have more of a direct relationship with them, and continue to market on those platforms and get ranked higher and higher and higher due to their better value and speed of service times? Probably the answer is yes. So they're going to need to prove that. And plus, people think they've just fired their best shot with stuffed crust.
Everybody's going long, and then they're going to rug pull this, and everybody's going to blow.
And so people, of course, wonder about protein items, chicken innovation, for example. But that's
You went long?
And then the last thing is that they're going to be looking into upgrading their e-commerce platform to be better, perhaps not just for delivery, but for carry-out as well.
Yeah, stuffed crust. So pizza. I remember that. Doesn't sound so innovative. So Dave,
they're the last to the game on it. They're just doing it at a slightly better price and a medium. But you're right. This is not rocket science. Yeah.
Yeah, the stuffed crust with cheese I used to love. So what's
Oh shit! 91% off Bonox now. Into end of the month.
Seeing it in some of the data.
Yeah.
Something else going on when it comes to sort of eating out versus staying in and the cost differential there?
Right now, restaurants are flat. You're seeing some very flattish same-store sales across the big hamburger fast food guys overall, and pizza as well for half the year. So it's not the 1 to 2%.
I can buy some more Bonox for FMOC YOLO.
Pricing that happened.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, that's my short.
Order filled. Order filled.
No, it hit, and I made money.
Do you have a core product issue, much like the salty snack category has in supermarkets? So that's one of the reasons why I wonder about categories like chicken helping, get them a little bit of a kick or at least some comps.
Order filled.
Big piece on the wires today about beef
Damn, we're at 425.
I guess double digit on steak and ground. How much of that doesn't sound like it's an easily solvable problem given what's happened to the herd for the past half century?
Yeah, no. We're in the part of the cycle now where heifers are going to come offline to grow the herd again, and of course, and so you're right. Beef prices are going up.
Order
submitted.
submitted.
Charts. There is some nuance to it. The high-end steak places.
Order
You're
canceled.
not seeing the type of inflation that you would see in some other cuts.
Order
for example,
submitted.
What you're seeing, even with tariffs, Australia and Brazilian beef lately is going up. So somebody that's buying frozen hamburger, for example, and some of these hamburger chains, the franchise guys are dealing with this more than, say, Texas Roadhouse, but still doing double-digit inflation. And that's weighing on some of these names, or at least causing some concern in the company-operated names like Texas Roadhouse, maybe a little bit Darden, and a little bit even Chipotle. But for the most part, those are the guys that have been comping relatively well. So for now, people have been are not really as afraid as of yet with the food costs.
All right. Finally, while I got you, I mean, there have been so many interesting conflicting calls on MCD. Some of them pointing to the low end.
Yeah, I got 600 left on my buffer on the pro. That's toast.
Yeah, we're becoming more constructive. Clearly, is a big help for the whole story. You're seeing mid-teens mix on that product. It's driving something like half of that lift, 7% plus lift. And $299 price point helps. These guys got away from value. They were one of the big pricers during COVID. The brand needs to stand for value. So I think they're going to have to get organized as a system. The franchisees and the company around some national value, like we've seen from Taco Bell. The odds of that happening are growing, partly because they saw that this national price point worked on the snack wrap. So this is becoming a better story from here. A lot of things have gone wrong. This has not been a great execution story over the last year plus, but it looks like they're getting their act together in the second half of the year. So we like this name.
Yeah, I got some FX at work as well. Pretty interesting period for.
Come on, we need a dump.
David, good to talk to you. Talk soon.
Thanks, Carl.
We're going to talk about the latest reporting around Apple's next potential product and what it could mean for shares. Welcome to You Do Not Want to Miss the CEO of
I mean, Apex 90% off? Let me see. Oh, still 80. Right up.
So we all work better together. Follow care is done. Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week, Dave? Television. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Gold for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook plus the Fisher Investments difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins.
Oh, okay, so 3 minutes is towards Overbought now. It's in the area.
It's time for the next generation of
15 minutes still got upside. That's sad.
to a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose
Can't do anything but just hold.
and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glass, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
Four stocks go by more than any others. Palantir, AppLovin, Robinhood, and Coinbase. They now become shits in the great game that is the stock market. Back Monday, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Apple reportedly eyeing a launch for a foldable iPhone as soon as next year. As the
company looks for their next leg of growth with shares down double digits since January. Steve Kovac here to talk about the rumors, I guess we'll call them, Steve. What do we know?
Yeah, we've been hearing about this for a number of years, Sarah. In fact, like going back 6 or 7 years, that Apple was kind of dabbling in this idea of a foldable phone. The latest that we have, though, I'll refer to so he's that analyst over at TF International Securities. He's really tapped into the supply chain. He says this is going to go into mass production towards the back half of next year, so 2026, presumably for a fall or a holiday launch like that. And this is also coming, Sarah, after Samsung just a couple weeks ago launched their latest version of a foldable phone that actually looks like something you want to use. I'm showing you a picture or a video of it right now. It's really a much better concept than what they used to have. The front of the screen looks more like a real phone. It's nice and thin. It sounds like the technology has finally gotten to the place where Apple thinks it can put it out there. But of course, we got to talk about the cost. That phone I'm showing you right now from Samsung, that's a $2,000 smartphone. That is double the price at least what most people pay for a regular smartphone. So that could help Apple if it's in that price range, juice revenue for the slagging iPhone sales that we've been seeing over the last few years. But it's going to be an interesting sell for this kind of unproven technology. It's popular in markets like Asia, especially in China. But as far as market share, people by a long shot don't buy these foldable devices in the same way they buy regular phones, guys.
Well, like stuffed pizza crust, it's not a new idea,
No,
right?
not even close.
I mean, Samsung's been doing it for a while. It also sort of reminds me of a flip phone. So is it worth it for people now?
Yeah, a lot of people do like them. Again, the price is so expensive. And if Samsung is selling it for $2,000, I can't imagine Apple doing it for any cheaper than that. So first of all, you've got to get over that cost barrier. But then the idea is, okay, fine, I have a phone, but it could also fold into an iPad. So maybe you don't buy 2 devices, you just buy 1 device. That could be a value. But you also got to keep in mind on the price front, no one actually pays the sticker price, or most people don't pay that sticker price. They either do monthly payment plans through their carriers, or they trade in their old devices and things like that. So it's kind of up to you. For me, it sounds like kind of the dream, right? You do 1 device instead of 2. That's pretty interesting. But I think the rumors have finally gotten to the point, Sarah, where we're at this inflection point with the technology.
Maybe in 30 minutes we'll start slowing down and start pulling back. I don't see any dump coming at all.
Interesting. Yeah, some constructive previews of the quarter as well. Steve,
yeah,
we'll talk in a bit. Yeah, Steve Kovac. Let's get a news update this morning with Silvana. Hi, Silvana.
Maybe a little pullback because 3 minutes getting overbought.
Surrounding the Trump administration's efforts to cut federal funding to Harvard University. Harvard sued after the White House moved to freeze billions of dollars in funding for research. It came as the administration pushed the elite university to make a series of changes, including adopting merit-based admissions and hiring policies and eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Harvard called the demands an overreach. Local officials say at least 19 people were killed and dozens were injured when a Bangladesh Air Force training jet crashed into a college and school campus today. A military spokesperson says the jet experienced technical problems shortly after takeoff. And Russia launched a major aerial attack against Ukraine overnight. It came just hours before the UK and Germany chaired high-level talks about President Trump's plan for NATO allies to provide Ukraine with weapons. The Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was among the government officials who attended today's virtual meeting, as well as NATO leader Mark Rutte. Carl, send it back to you.
Thanks so much. Shares of FICO down some 30% since the White House approved this alternative credit score for mortgage lenders to use back in May. We're going to talk to the CEO of FICO about it coming up after the break. We'll get the latest in the Sarepta saga as the drug maker now refuses a new request from the FDA. And analysts will weigh in on what to do with these shares when Squawk on the Street returns.
Maybe we can lose 400 or go down, but it's getting hard.
Order submitted. Order filled.
It's your money. Use it when
submitted. Order filled.
Send them cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use
Order
ZipRecruiter to
submitted.
hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time and it did all of the work of finding and
Damn.
scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Swing let you do that.
I like the sound of that. When I want. My TV provider let me have hundreds of free channels.
Let you do that too, fellow Fireman.
Choose and customize your channel lineup. More plus and watch for free.
Order filled.
Order filled. It's required.
Expand
Order submitted.
on building materials.
Order
Today,
filled.
becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America.
Order filled.
It's up 400 on the 50K Apex. I think I can't make any more. Let me aim for 500.
I totally upgraded.
Order submitted.
Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's
Order
like a
filled.
phone in my pocket. Gemini. Order
Submitted.
I'd suggest a classic Gemini. Wow. Setting the bar high for daycare pickup.
Order filled.
Damn.
Get Italy.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
It's too expensive. It becomes a lifestyle.
Order submitted.
Score Bureau FICO in the hot seat lately after Bill Pulte, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, took aim at the company in a barrage of posts on social media, saying in one quote, FICO and other monopoly who ripped off Americans for decades should not be using improper efforts to threaten regulators. The company stock is down more than 20% so far this year. FICO CEO William Lansing joins us exclusively. First, he started attacking you on social media and then started making moves to allow for more competition. From your perspective, how did this come about?
Is known as a
Order
man who moves
submitted.
quickly and likes to make decisions.
Order
And,
cancel. Order
it's
filled.
trying to
Order
get something
submitted.
implemented because it's been a multi-year process. So that's not at all surprising. The so-called interim solution is full of issues, though. It's a fairly
Order
radical
submitted.
departure from the prior
Order filled.
recommendation
Order
of the
submitted.
GSEs. And so I think that it needs, and I imagine that the FHFA will eventually have industry input to try to understand the implications.
It's made the claim that you're monopoly. True.
Well, we have large market share. That's true.
Order filled.
Order filled.
In almost
Order
all places,
filled.
Order filled.
there's no mandate from the government. It's strictly
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Why do they choose our score? Why is our score the industry standard? It's because the score is great value.
Order submitted.
And it does a great job of
Order
predicting
submitted.
The likelihood that the consumer will repay their debt. It's really the best system. And if you think about it, there
Order
is a lot of
submitted.
advantage from an efficiency standpoint to have an industry standard to have a single score. So if you get into duplicate scores, you have to do duplicate modeling across the entire industry. It's a very complicated industry, obviously. Running from mortgage originators and brokers through lenders.
Oh, your son took a negative 700.
Securities investors. And so,
You hear me?
a system like that is not very efficient.
The industry.
Yeah, I'm negative 800, so I'm still holding.
Need to be able to understand why.
Yeah, that's nice.
And to explain to consumers
Yeah.
if they don't get credit,
they're denied credit or if they're denied an increase in their credit line, they need to be able to explain why. And
If I can get out green, I will beat him. I just need to get out green. See, my trade I want to have 6 MNQ short at 346, so long way to go.
Well, to be determined, Vantage 4.0, which is what they're talking about, is not apples to apples with FICO Classic. FICO Classic today is a 20-year-old score, and it's...
I just need a bot to go short, but it doesn't look like it.
FICO's latest and greatest score is FICO 10T. That's the score that was approved by the FHFA.
Yeah, it ain't going short anytime.
And it was approved. And it is the most predictive score. I think that the GSC data and analysis would show
120
that.
points.
We have a white paper on our website.
And I went against the bot. We got 120 point long. I would make so much money.
18% fewer credit defaults and probably score as many as 5% more people. So not score, but qualify as many as 5% more people. So
well, that's what I was gonna ask. If you have a view on whether it makes the system less safe or more.
I hit DLL on my loots in. That sucks.
You claim don't do as good work as you or as stringent of a process as you do when it comes to evaluating.
That's exactly the problem with lender choice, the so-called interim solution, because ultimately in half the market, the conforming market, the risk is borne by Fannie and Freddie and ultimately the U.S. taxpayer. And if you have two scores and lenders can choose or consumers can choose, market participants can choose between two scores, you're going to have a race to the bottom.
The video, you have to have an email that sent you a code for certain special people that have been spending a lot or haven't touched videos in a while. They give you a special code to get it. But the affiliate code is not.
Safety and soundness threats to the system. And it's even deeper than that. The policy is that it encourages more providers to lower their credit standards. In a race to the bottom,
I need to drop.
More providers competing with each other on who can be more lax and score and qualify more people. And
I'm doing so bad. I have so many accounts so red.
That's market happy. It's not going to make the U.S. taxpayer happy. And so
let me post it. Like about to blow my master too.
Holding in crypto assets into your qualification process. Does that happen and is that helpful?
I think that's really happening right now.
You see it? It's so red. Holy, yeah.
The other is we were just a long-term.
The one is deep red. Those are evals and that bone knocks out. I went NQ. Yeah, but I just careful on my TPT, so I just need a dump. I need a 100-point dump. That's gonna be hard. I mean, it can happen. Anything can happen. It's all about sizing. Yeah. If the size too heavy, you can live. There we go. Got out one more.
This is, I would call it a pickup, and I'm sure we'll sort it out. This
yeah.
It is inconceivable to me that we're going to rattle and roil the mortgage industry.
I got some green.
Solutions. FHFA will wind up getting more industry input, following the Administrative Procedure Act, doing the things it needs to do to round this out, and we'll see what it has.
It can drop.
But it all comes down to what the consumers pay. Ultimately, one of the arguments for competition is that you can charge whatever you want if there's not competition. So ultimately, the way it goes beyond.
Oh, when I touch green, I'm taking out.
Well, obviously, mortgage is not the only business we're in, but what I would point out is.
Yeah, come on down, little hoe.
So yes, the FHFA.
That overbought hits, so it's curving down on a 3 minutes soon. Just gotta keep holding it.
Is also completely standardized on FICO scores.
Fuck your long. I need to get out. I need to save the apex because I'm near payout and I don't want to go hit my threshold. I know. Imagine if I copy traded, I would have got wrecked.
And so I mentioned that's where it's going to land.
Well, I got more than those. Dude. I have like at least 30 more I haven't touched yet.
Order submitted.
Pray for a dump, and it's getting there. I hate trend day though. I really do. I suck at it. I shorted at all-time high though.
Retail's most recognizable names getting into the private jet.
It's because we keep hitting all-time high every damn day, so I keep shorting at all-time high.
This growing pressure on the Fed, of course, and a lot more. With Dow up 140.
Hey, I'm gonna beat your son. Just remember that. Look at this count on your son. I'm down 400. That go green, your son is toast. That's the first one. It's the one for the challenge. Everything else is green on the other trade day.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves out of those series, you think.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Options are now used up to 68 million times a day, proving that for many of today's savviest investors, trading stocks alone, it's not an option. Our new book can show you how to become a successful options trader. And today, we're giving away copies for free.
I got the book and I read
Every
it.
dumb, a lot of people gonna blow trying to long.
Open up a whole new avenue of investing from that as soon as possible. On measurable, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I will not go out and buy shares anymore. I just buy options.
I would say if you're considering
Oh, you doing the anti tournament?
options, it's a no-brainer.
Okay.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy now. It's not an option.com. It's not an option.com.
I need a big dump to save my trading fly. Yeah, 15 days. 14 days. Yeah.
Because travel is the competition. Except that it is.
14 days. 14 days.
Better vision, healthy eyes, everybody.
So you can hit the target on day one, and then the next 4 days you just flip, and then you get your funding. Are you close to passing? Cause you gotta just YOLO it. Yeah, you need to YOLO it. you don't have time. Yeah, that's why you gotta YOLO it. Yeah, you gotta make 6,000.
One of the biggest names in luxury is about to take off with a big investment in private jets. Robert Frank is watching that this morning. Morning, Robert.
It won't be the it's never for the 100K fast track though. It's always the other ones, the more expensive one. Yeah. Yeah, fast track's too cheap for them to do that. Don't lose money. Come on, baby, drop this hole. Dump this Ponzi. You little shit, making me hold for hours. Come on, don't lose the 400.
Is getting a lot younger.
Our customers
I can't believe NQ went up this much within 2 weeks. That's crazy.
Our 70-year-olds are younger because they're living longer, but also we're getting a lot of 40-year-olds.
And FlexJet offers
fractional leasing and jet card options. It's affecting earnings of about $425 million this year, up from $398 million last year, and they have over 2,000 members. The private jet industry, of course, will also benefit from that new congressional spending bill, which brings back bonus depreciation. That's a tax break for jet buyers and fractional owners. Now, for more on the private jet industry and how the wealthy are spending, go to cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's the new Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. Guys?
Is it still as expensive as ever to fly private? I mean, this feels like it's one that never comes down, even with more competition.
Yeah, in fact, it got a little more expensive after COVID because labor, parts, everything got more expensive. It's about $6,000 per hour if you get a small Phenom plane that FlexJet operates, or up to $20,000 an hour for a big Gulfstream. So yes, Sarah, it is expensive, but increasingly people are so frustrated with the commercial flying these days that they continue to go to private.
Thank you, Robert. Taking a
Oh, Wizard did good on his tick he won. He made $300 for the straight 2 funded plus, so he got his 1 point. Come on, dump this shit. What's a bot? Is a bot going short? Nope. But the 3 minutes is curving down, so that's good for me. Hell yeah, come on. Come on. First day back. Still doing the same shit, bag holding.
Future of cybersecurity. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we got all the supplies.
How's the book map looking? Me?
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in
What's
seconds,
the next wall down?
to learn what your policy might be worth. For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan. Don't sell and lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance with Abacus.
Order canceled.
Check it out. This one.
Order submitted.
Come on, baby. I wish your son was still trading and blow his shit so I can take his money. I gave him a chance to take his $200. He did not want it. He did not want it. Greedy little shit. It would suck if you just get the 100K account only instead of $200. $200 is gonna buy a lot more.
That's where that was.
Stephen posted at McDonald's thinking about how I never had a snack wrap and I'm devastated.
Come on, baby. Let's go down. Dump this. Are you done trading? Me? Nice.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Healthcare, you might know, the worst performing sector of the year so far. Just one of just three still in the red since January after we got weakness in one part of the market. The health insurers, names like Centene, UNH, Molina, Elevance, all of them bad news.
360 would be good too.
Digits on the year and more than cut it half off of their 50 highs. It's been a non-stop stream of bad news from almost all of those names.
No, I can get out some bags, but I need at least 319 to get out of my pro. That's my lowest. So
its gene therapy treatment. Today's drop
Yeah.
comes after the company said it
It can happen. I mean, anything can happen. This shit can just move 100 points in seconds. Orange Man need to wake up and tweet something.
patient safety and well-being are always our top priority. We are
Yeah.
committed to upholding
I grabbed some SPY and QQQ puts for September, so hopefully it dump later. Yeah.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. So, as you correctly said, on Friday, FDA has requested...
That's what I took, because that stupid books and big red today, and then green the whole week. Fucking book, man.
From the market and
Let me see that book again.
Just to clarify things a little bit here, is that FDA already knew for about 2 weeks that some patient had died in
Yeah, that book, that stupid book, big old bear today. From 19 on NQ, so I mean the deep red, but nope.
The patient that became available, FDA asked Sarepta to voluntarily...
Yeah, I need 79 to get out one bow knocks, but the other bow knock is pretty much blown soon. 303 is not gonna hit.
By safety concerns or publicity concerns, but
I think I didn't average down. If I average down, I would have blown 2 NQs.
There are two parts of patient population.
Okay, so on the TTM, the 15 minutes looking weak, so that's good. Good for me.
So the company is now moving forward with shipping drug to ambulatory patients, despite FDA's request to pause shipment of all patients. Now, what I would say is that in this part of the population, the ambulatory part, there have been 0 deaths so far. So the safety profile has not changed in this ambulatory part, although I would clarify that there is a thin line between ambulatory and non-ambulatory patients. So moving forward, we want to see how FDA will react
Yeah,
to
stay out of it, Chris.
Sarepta's refusal of shipping ambulatory patient drug as well.
And is there spillover, Costas, to gene therapy elsewhere, or is this truly a Sarepta story?
Overall, I think it's mostly a Sarepta story, but there are definitely...
Damn, come on, it's so strong.
Because what we believe so far, although there is no definite conclusion about the deaths, is that the delivery...
Hurry up and die.
The capsid, the AAV that Sarepta uses probably causes the death, and we know
I
that...
got what, 5 minutes before I do that TPT giveaway.
AAV to deliver the drug, and this can have...
Yeah, let me get onto that. YouTube.
Especially how FDA interacts with them.
You only need 25 points. You don't have that? Dude, it's like the end of the month.
To do that? Like, how does this work?
It's a very good question.
Let me put this in.
Just to clarify, Elevidys, the gene therapy of Sarepta, has been fully approved in ambulatory patients. For FDA to really
25, it's not much. You should have it.
Withdrawal from the market, there should be some material change in the safety or efficacy profile of the fully approved drug. So far, as I mentioned, there could be 0 deaths in the ambulatory part, although we have seen 3 deaths in the non-ambulatory part. 0 deaths have been reported in the ambulatory part of the population.
Okay.
So I think it will be challenging for FDA to
Let's
enforce
chat and view.
market withdrawal at this point. Typically, for safety reasons, FDA may recommend a pause for some time until they come up with the result of the investigation. And remember, there's an investigation.
What? I didn't hear you.
To understand.
I heard something, Deem.
The deaths exactly. But again.
Yeah, that and Goy.
And it's not clear that whether or not it will impact the ambulatory.
So both.
But even if FDA decides to enforce withdrawal of the drug, it may take some time. We have examples from the past where
back up to 400 again.
They took FDA about 2.5 years to really remove the drug from the market after they requested or they tried to enforce removal from the market.
Costas, really quick, we've only got a couple seconds. Is the more friendly
Yeah.
M&A environment, is that a re-rating of your entire sector right now?
Definitely M&A helps so far, but we need to see more M&A for the sector, really for the sentiment to improve. Definitely we see some improvement in the sentiment. We see some upside in names that are related to recent M&A, but we definitely need more of that.
Thank you, Costas. We appreciate you coming with some perspective on Sarepta. Yep, as we wait to see what the FDA does next.
Coming up next hour, noted venture capitalist Ben Laris with us. Got some big moves in crypto to talk about and all the IPO candidates he's most excited about when Money Movers begins in just a moment.
Real-time exchange sector sword is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
It's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
The future is here. Robots, automation, and AI. Integrating these technologies into your supply chain is complicated and expensive, and usually doesn't work. That's where DHL comes in. We've been implementing these technologies since before it was cool, tested and perfected across the world's largest contract logistics network. At DHL, it's people, technology, and analytics working together to take your supply chain to the next level. The future is now. DHL Supply Chain.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available through a US-listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Rex Osprey Soul plus staking ETF. Solana exposure with staking rewards built in. Convenient, cost-effective, secure. Solana, staked on your behalf. All through a simple ETF. SSK, the Rex Osprey. Not suitable for all investors. Investors should carefully review the
There we go.
for objective charges and expenses.
Oh shit. 2 more minutes, I'll start the giveaway.
Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
I never thought about that until I had kids.
This close to retirement, I knew I needed a will. Then we found Ethos. I created my will all online. I feel a lot better.
1 more minute.
Go to ethos.com to get started.
Let me start it now. Start giveaway. There we go. Puts it in.
Still wants to find their dream house.
CNBC podcasts.
Yeah, hopefully it dumps at 10. Well, 10 my time. Come on. What happened to my internet? There we go. Drop that shit. It wants to. Oh, you short or you long? Yeah, on the Apex side, 48 short.
Say hi to Patty.
They're mostly short NQ, 48% shorting NQ on Apex. But only 11 are short on ES, 11%.
She's on it. And you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. It's a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you help Patty with a retirement benefits plan that's right for her.
Which firm is that one you just posted on the post? ETF, okay.
Let's settle this like that with Walmart's Express Delivery. And as for you, I recommend a journal. Practice using words instead of fits. The Walmart you thought you knew is now.
What the hell? I just couldn't get out and he pumped back up. Piece of shit.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee on
Yeah.
what we can't guarantee, enough hours in the workday. Or your projects always going as planned.
3 days.
The market's too strong.
More like 3 weeks.
Wow.
Closing up shop on time.
Sure.
But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
It's $4 tomorrow. Janet Yellen, their thoughts on the Fed and the economy. Plus General Motors CFO Paul Jacobson with Q2 earnings. Squawk Box tomorrow 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. Breaking earnings news. General Motors, Coca-Cola, Alphabet, Tesla. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on
I was so close to getting out on the Bonox.
Your child is interested in trade school, I would definitely encourage them to explore. Junior year of high school, I looked at my mom and I said, hey, I don't really want to go to traditional college. And she said, okay, figure it out. And she supported me with that and gave me options of like, okay, you don't want to do this, let's look at this option. And I'm eternally grateful that she pushed me for this. And I think that this was the best thing that I could have gotten out of school.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
I don't remember. I don't think so. But no, I think it's 10 seconds.
With over 40 unique flavors, there's a HEB Creamy Creations flavor.
But that's unfunded though, not eval. Yeah, eval doesn't matter. Let me check again. I need a 30 minutes to flash a fade, but it still hasn't. Still strong.
Steel and aluminum tariffs here in this country, plus why selling NVIDIA's H20 chips in China may not give the company the sales boost many are expecting. We'll discuss when we come back.
Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have the fearless investor,
The type A CPA.
The bootstrapper. The boot maker.
yeah, but many do have something in common.
We all trust Schwab with our wealth.
Thanks to our award-winning service, low costs, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
Place where people go to learn about their Medicare options before they're on Medicare.
Come on in. You're turning 65 soon. You retiring at 67.
Stuck in the same range.
Supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. And a plan like this helps you take charge of your healthcare with lower out-of-pocket costs. It's one. Your deductibles and copays could add up to hundreds, even thousands of dollars.
It doesn't look like it.
Everyone's a little surprised to learn that.
Having a Medicare supplement plan helps pay some of what Medicare doesn't. Fewer surprises and more predictable out-of-pocket costs. Call United Healthcare and ask for your free decision guide. Or talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer to learn more about
Right on
plan
this
benefits,
Apex
options, and
32.
Medicare supplement
I
plans let you choose
need
any doctor,
355 to get
specialist,
out. I got
anywhere
this.
in the U.S. who accepts Medicare patients. You don't have to deal with networks or referrals.
We got 19 minutes before the giveaway.
If you're a parent 65 or over 65 and planning to retire, find out more about the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP. Remember, the time to prepare is before you go
Yeah.
on Medicare.
Get started today.
Take charge of your healthcare. Call United Healthcare for your free decision guide and learn more about lowering your
Back to
out-of-pocket
400.
Medicare costs. And seeing any doctor who accepts Medicare patients.
Keep it under 400. We might drop. But
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out. Get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Wellness Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
It makes you four stocks go by more than any others.
yeah, I think it's gonna go back up now.
And Coinbase. They have become a chance in the great
Yeah,
game.
that 3 minutes looks like it's curving back up. Oh, man.
Streaming on CNBC Plus.
Ambition is a fuel and a fire. They call me the judge for a reason. I'm supposed to make people squirm. Get away from talking your book and tell me the real story. We're talking about people's money. I feel the weight of that, the responsibility, and I love it.
by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Down, up, right, left.
Thank you. It's not going anywhere.
Sometimes hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the
Mm-hmm.
headlines. A trusted global.
Oh, you just gotta wait. I can't do anything.
Which way is up?
This July,
Yeah.
Renewable Anderson. Replace your window.
I'm just gonna wait for a pullback. That's about it. But 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go up.
Opportunity.
It's trying to go up.
Pay nothing. And I mean,
Damn.
zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And you know, over 60% of all our customers choose to finance. It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewable Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings
Order
bugs.
canceled.
Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us.
So when they'll let you know if you're gonna get it or not.
Special financing. 1-800
This week, nice.
0808.
Heroes like Kate developed comfy mattresses with the best materials and industry.
That's good.
In fact, the treasure and copper radiance are so good they're recommended by Consumer Reports.
For 3 minutes. Sorry, go ahead. It has a squeeze to the upside coming up on the radar screen. Yeah. But what were you saying? I keep milking this prop firms. You're doing really well. It's still early. Got plenty of time. All I need is one Donald Trump tweet. Uh, I don't think you can win again. I think you won already. Did you? Hold on. I don't see your name on the YouTube.
It's a really natural stopover point and really the first place to build that go-to-market function. And so we're really excited about that. We actually hired a.
Well, let me see. I'm checking with him. I don't see his name on my YouTube list. I know he won the Twitter and he won the Discord.
Still being a destination as a tech hub?
Being a New York has got.
Yeah, he didn't win. He did not win the YouTube yet. So yeah, he won. Congrats.
You know,
I'm gonna add your name on the list on YouTube.
I think New York is still the most interesting, wonderful place in America to build a company. I think it is the cultural capital of the U.S.
Okay, then. Thank you for signing up. We appreciate it. Come there. Always good to see you.
We're going to come back this morning. A growing divide between retail and institutional investors. We'll get a look at the FOMO trade taking place in the market right now. That's when we come back.
They changed the game. What it's we already done.
So let them talk.
Skip that.
As an independent financial advisor, my promise
Yeah,
to
that
you
was
is
quick.
simple. As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Wow, looks like your hiring is making a lot of people happy. ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time and it handles everything from finding great candidates to setting up interviews. So, no more back and forth. Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC. What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site.
Oh, he's in Discord chatting.
Painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Oh, I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling lets you do that, fuckboy. And I wish my TV provider gave me hundreds of free channels when I pause. Sling lets you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Base package required.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like a medical professional.
Dude, that kid was not going anywhere now. Maybe I'll jump later. Yeah, not yet. Maybe it's Sow Hour.
Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Go short.
It's time.
CNBC Plus, where
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus. Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Are you taking a tray yet, or are you just waiting? Patient, man. Damn. I thought you'd be like trying to force a tray or something. Good luck. Doesn't matter what I say. I'm just stuck on the short, so it's gonna be short for me. But you did 3 NQ? Oh.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the
You
latest
done a blow.
uploaded new art and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like an elderly man's bank. Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Trading in Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim. The award-winning
You look bad on your end? Looks like going down? Tell me.
with robust charting analysis tools, including 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Let it drop. Come on.
Information, and all of the details you need to make money.
There we go.
What's your flavor? Tell
I hope you're not long, are you?
What's your flavor?
Okay, good.
Tell me what's your flavor?
And dump this Ponzi.
Creamy Creations flavor.
Take your taste buds on an unbelievable adventure. The fun has no bounds, and every bite is a thrill ride. Discover a world where snack time unlocks imagination. Garden veggie snacks, unbelievably delicious.
Applebee's 2 for $25. Getting one appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken parmesan fettuccine.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, Marie.
Because back then it was 320 for all time high, and I thought, oh, it's gonna drop, but keep going up and up. Then my Lucid hit DDL, so that's the only thing that did bad. Everything else still alive for now. I'm getting sick of DDL though. The VLM.
Yeah, a bunch of other names in the industry.
Yes, got out. One out. Got one out. Alright, what's the next bag? Take profit. Come on, give me this fucking app. Get me out of this shit. 368. This is the 150 eval, so not something I worry about. I want the funder to get out. Oh my god, I'm a pro. I need 319. Yeah, even if I get out, I won't make payout, so my streak is gone. But I just want to get out live.
Leading the way with the down higher by 0.5%. Nasdaq Composite is up by 0.6%, and S&P 500 trading above 6,330. It has been quite a run since obviously the April lows that we talk about so much, as sort of this touchstone. But Sarat, it doesn't feel so good. I mean, when I look at the numbers and then I think about the psychology of the market and investors, how do you square those two? It seems like there are so many outside influences that could be pressuring this earnings season.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because it's not like we're in this feel-good, there's all clear, right? Because we still have the tariff overhang.
Yep.
We still have a couple of wars going on internationally. We also look forward to say, how is the deficit going to be? What's going to happen at the Fed? So the market's climbing this wall of uncertainty, but at the same time, what we're getting is stronger earnings. And I think that's what's going to keep on driving the markets. Financials had a really good quarter. They had really good things to say about the future. That was good. The underlying demand for software.
Yeah, that 3-minute bull squeeze is still there, so I'm not sure it's going to flip to bearish. But 3 minutes looks like it's curving back down. 15 minutes still got an upside, so I can't really tell. I just need to get out. Yeah, it's hard today. Well, not really. If you actually long with the bot, it was easy money. I didn't like when the bot long because it was like 10 points from all-time high, so I just went short like a dumbass. Yeah. But it did get wrecked on a short. Yeah, it's too bullish right now.
So dips are always meant to be bought. It depends on your personal constitution. Okay, you're willing to ride through the peaks and valleys, and there are many more peaks than there are valleys. So, but I think what he's talking about and what the others are talking about has been, it's so long since there's been a meaningful correction, meaning close to 10% for a sustainable period of time. Because since 08, they've all been V-shaped recoveries, and that includes what happened in April with tariffs. But there is a disconnect between what we read in the headlines that grab our attention and what's happening with companies and with the markets. Markets are actually okay. So at any point in time, no matter the market, no matter the conditions supporting the market, you're suspect to or you're subject to potential decline of 5 to 10%. So yes, they should be bought, but it depends where you buy it. So not all stocks are created equal, except in the equal weight S&P. But for all intents and purposes, some have better fundamentals, some have more wind in their sails.
Come on, drop it more.
So I think we stay with the winners, even if they get to overvaluation levels.
So after my 68, I need 55. I get 55, I'll be out a lot of bags. A lot of bags. Yeah. Yeah, 55, be out a lot of bags.
Your core bottoms up positions because you believe that there's a correction imminent. It's best to sit in your hands, and maybe if you're convinced of a correction, sit in your hands with cash and deploy at that point.
You know, Amy, August is right around the corner. What is it, July 21st, right? So it's 9 days away. August used to be kind of quiet, but we've got this August 1st deadline that's hanging out here. That obviously is something to pay attention to. And then Goldman Sachs, Tony Pasquarello is talking about the summer liquidity conditions taking hold. Maybe that means risk reward are shifting. How do you think about the month of August, this impending deadline? Even though we're going to get earnings reports, hear about the company's fundamentals in the meantime.
What I think has been so interesting is fundamentals have been good. Companies have been beating, as Surat said. Financials, I listened to all those calls, were very optimistic. Stocks didn't do anything. Stocks actually traded down a little bit. So I actually do think there's a lot of good news baked into
There we go.
and into earnings season, and even Netflix as well. Like, good numbers were maybe missed a little bit. The stock didn't get sold off. You're seeing that with a lot of sort of good results. Novartis, I did a great report. Stock sold off a little bit. It had run up into the quarter. So I think, I do think we're going to be in this little bit of a digestion period, that there is a lot of good news baked into some of these stocks already. That we have had this extraordinary run from the April lows. We are going to get into the quiet summer months. And so you're seeing a lot of volatility, a lot of trading, but relatively lower volumes, I would expect. And then you get September, which is usually not a great month. So I would think that you're going to go into a little bit of a consolidation period right now, maybe a little bit of weakness. I wouldn't be surprised. But it will be really interesting to see. I do think you're going to get a lot of good results for the second quarter off lower numbers, because at this time last quarter, the companies were able to bring down their numbers a lot. We were in the throes of the tariff tantrum. Sure. And so you did get lower numbers, but it's interesting to me that you're not getting great reaction even from blowout numbers like Goldman had.
Well, we started talking about August, and then you brought it to September, which then made me think about the Fed meeting, and we haven't even talked about what's going on between the president and Jerome Powell. Obviously, I know that's a committee that makes these interest rate decisions. It's not just one person. We saw maybe a small market reaction to the idea that Jerome Powell will be taken out of his job by the president. If that happens, do we need a position for it?
Well, I think the effect of that would be felt at the long end of the curve and also for the U.S. dollar. But I don't see that's a major issue. First of all, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it has to happen. I've said on air, I believe that President Trump can just sit back and wait, because I think the eco data will come his way to where the Federal Reserve actually begins to lower rates once again. So, look, the market is constantly climbing the wall of worry, as everyone has already identified. This is a remarkably resilient market, but the most important thing about this market is it's a V-shaped recovery. And a V-shaped recovery is very difficult for human beings to emotionally engage in, because it moves so fast. And you're always skeptical. You're always skeptical when it's moving that fast. So if you don't believe me, just go back and think about history. Think about in 2018, in the fall, when you had that very sharp sell-off, then the V-shaped recovery on the other side. What did we do in 2019? We basically gradually walked the stairs higher and higher. The same can be said during the pandemic. V-shaped recovery. You walk the staircase higher and higher. 2022, it was a more prolonged sell-off. So you had more time to process what was actually unfolding. This was fast. This was quick. People incorrectly moved to the sidelines in certain instances, more for institutions than the retail community. And the skepticism is going to remain. And it's probably one of the reasons why we've got the resiliency. We're overcoming the wall of worry. And now the next thing in front of you is the technology earnings.
Let me see if the bot gonna go short or not. Nope. No short for the bot.
Could be a catalyst in either direction for sure. I mean,
Oh, hold on. I just saw the bear thing just popped up. It might short. No, it's keep flashing in and out. But it might short if we dump a little more. It's trying to short, but not yet. So it needs more down. What are you long at? 82. You might be still be able to get out. But it's trying to short for real. Oh shit! There we go. Yes, out one more bag. Let's fucking get out of here. I needed that. 90, 55. I got 1, 2, 3 bags of 55. Fuck me, get me out. Okay, it's 55. 6 is.
Order canceled.
Come on.
Positioning and went towards software. People said, okay, you're making
Come on,
the
bot. Go short. Go short, bot.
and you have companies, I know we can talk about NVIDIA, but how about Broadcom? Broadcom is nearly $1.4 trillion in its market cap, marching to an all-time high. You're seeing that type of bullish momentum expand beyond there into the semi-equipment names. Lam Research, I think today, touched a new 52-week high. KLA Corp near a new all-time high. It goes beyond that. I've talked on the show over the last several weeks about the momentum in AMD. The momentum was building remarkably strong. The stock, Courtney, it's up 100% from its April 8th intraday low. We're going to hear from Texas Instruments on Wednesday. Texan is near an all-time high as well. So I think the SMH
Order
is
canceled.
absolutely your tell here as we move
No.
forward. Look at their earnings.
Order
see the reaction.
submitted.
I think that's the ultimate indicator of the ability for the market to continue to climb the stairs higher and higher, or to your point, if we're going to get this correction.
Well, my question is, what are the CapEx numbers from the hyperscalers going to be? That's what's going to drive everything.
It should be strong.
Well, the question is, they've been raising by 10, 20% each quarter. Are we going to get that again? And if we do, what the reaction? That's going to power the semis higher, if that's right. But then my question
So
is,
3 minutes looks like it got more downside on the oscillator, and then the 15 minutes is flatlining on the top. So if it curves down, we might lose 300. I hope, hopefully.
to impact the free cash flow numbers of even these huge free cash flow earnings. So I think that's going to be something really important to watch is, are the CapEx numbers going to be raised again?
But we try to answer that, Marcia. I mean, it used to be, like, you know, it's Broadcom.
Oh, there, bot went short. There we go. Bot just went short. Save me.
And particularly for when product changeovers with software companies, you know, or tech companies, you get out.
Any spending cycle has been sold, not bought. This is very different.
And those were good moves because it would take a while. You'd lose business because, you know, who's buying a
Yeah, I'm following the bot. He's gonna bag hold my shorts. I don't know. The bot got wrecked short early this morning too, so you never know. But, come on, bot. Don't do me wrong. 373 is when the bot shorted. Yeah, I hate Monday. No, I don't like. I don't hate Monday. I hate Friday. Yeah, usually Fridays when I lose. That's how I lost my pro buffer. I knew I shouldn't trade when I'm on vacation. It's just stupid and greedy. There we go. Come on, baby. Are you still in long? Damn it. MNQ, right? Not NQ? Okay, okay.
I think that at this point that's old news. I'm not saying
We don't know if the short's good or not because bot got wrecked short earlier.
People are convinced because of AI being the fastest adoption of any technology in history that the payback.
But 3 minutes got some downside still.
They want to be there because they believe in the growth that'll come from.
Just give me 45. I'll be out half my bags.
So until the stock starts saying, hey, no moss on that, I think it's going to keep going like it is.
But the tell will also be is when the hyperscalers say we're cutting back when the earnings are going to grow, because that's when the return on investment is coming out. And I think if you get the momentum going, and Joe, to your world, if the software stocks start picking up because they're actually investing, you know, some of the Workday sales forces haven't done anything, right? Because they're the ones that people are not giving the benefit of the, you know, they're saying, hey, you need to prove it. So if that handoff happens or they all work together, you could see another leg in this bull market. If you're there, what you want to see happen is that the CapEx is there, give the confidence that the CapEx will remain there, and then the reaction. The reaction signals some form of exhaustion in the stock price.
Right.
If you're a bear, that's what you want. Yeah.
Well, that's what you then, and at some point, though, you have to get a return on the money. Right? It might not be this quarter, it might not be next quarter. I completely agree with you. That what the market is saying. But at some point, somebody's going to look at these companies. I mean, and it happened, as you said, with Meta and the metaverse, and they'll say you're spending too much. At some point,
You might have a chance to get out. 82, right? Is where you long? 80, 25. Oh, you almost got out.
Exactly. So, and companies like Salesforce, et cetera, I mean, the market assumes their business models are in jeopardy from AI. So they're spending to stay alive versus Meta is spending to grow. But it is trouble. You take a look at Netflix and all these analysts who had to get out in front of the earnings and raise their estimates,
No.
raise the price
Not
target.
yet.
That did nobody any favors because it was a great quarter and a great guide. So
It does look like, no, 3 minutes does look like want to go down.
So people start seeing ghosts and they sell.
Well, I think that's happening in a lot of companies right now.
But even if you told me that it's going to miss this quarter, right? What am I going to do about it? Well, I think I'm going to do nothing about it because I'm not going to pay taxes.
Hey, you might better get out.
I don't know that fundamentally you can anticipate that the spending is going to go away because we've had improvement in a lot of.
Just need one rug pull. 40 points and I'm out. I'll be out everything with 40 points.
That's the reaction, but I think you have to go and say to yourself, okay, look, conditions.
You took the even, break even.
It's been an improvement in the tariff environment, which was the concern coming into the beginning of the year.
Your demand externally ex-US was going to get reduced.
And then you have the president and his administration in the Middle East announcing various deals. So you have to anticipate you're going to get some strong fundamentals.
And that's where the complacency of the market comes in.
Yeah,
Because
you got out just in time. You made money though, right?
That's going away. As we know, it doesn't mean it won't come back this afternoon or tomorrow. But you take a look with the worst of it's done and the market's in place back. Take a look at Taiwan Semi. That stock bottomed about 150, 160 in April. It's hitting a new high virtually every day now. Phenomenal quarter. And they're arguably in one of the most tenuous situations, being in Taiwan, their principal operations, with China getting ready to invade Taiwan, supposedly
Yeah.
at some point next 2 years.
We're going to move on to back
You got lucky as hell. Come on, dump this shit. Come on, give me 55. Just 55 and I'll get out. Sam, but I'm addicted. It's been a long time. I miss trading so much. I woke up to pee this morning and I took a trade like at 3 in the morning. Woke up to pee, took a trade, made $50. Yeah, it's a bad addiction. And if I get stuck, I probably won't sleep and just wake up and just keep an eye on it. It happens before.
It is growing faster and faster.
Oh, nice. Ismail got his money, $250 for that Ninja Trader tournament.
You know, CBS coming back to the board shows. YouTube user growth plus cost of content lowering, and then the other businesses. And I think on the Mag 7, you know, in our view, Google is one of the cheaper ones that has a pretty good growth rate, great cash flow. And if you see some type of moderation of
Oh, come on, baby. Get out my Apex. I want to get out Apex.
That stock is really could reflect it. I think it is the cheapest. The question would be, why is it the cheapest?
Because of the growth rate and the
Search.
Well, that's the question. Search. And does get search get
You going long?
Search, right? And Amy, you and the oldest too.
Alright.
I agree. YouTube's a
That
great
long would have been good.
I think search is going to be around for a long time. Although I do think we haven't adapted to it and we're kind of underweight because I do think it's going to trade off what is search, what's going on with search, and the numbers are probably search is vulnerable to AI.
Do you think you're getting Waymo for free? Is that part of the valuation right now?
You're free. I mean, compared to Tesla's valuation, you know, I think Waymo is undervalued, but it's very hard to put some of the parts together accurately. I think Waymo is a great business for them and it has long-term growth potential, as does YouTube. But I think for the near term, it's going to trade on search, and it is vulnerable. Ironically, Google will do better if AI slows down because that's the franchise that's going to get cannibalized the most.
Oh, that's happening.
You don't think that? Then that's your view on Google.
Well, Waymo will go right to Tesla. Then Tesla also reporting on Wednesday. Gosh, there's so much you could say here. I mean, Tesla's IT exec has no traditional car sales experience. He's running sales. This is according to Reuters. You've got Elon Musk saying, I'm sleeping.
You?
7 days a week.
guess
No,
you're
you should not trade live.
If you're a Tesla shareholder, you'd like that.
Maybe
But ultimately, the fundamentals have to represent that revenue is going to see its trough. And the decline in revenue has been the challenge for this company. Now, listen, it has had a nice recovery over the last several weeks. But when we opened up on that Monday morning and it was trading down around 292, we're up to 328. I think that's technical illustration more than anything else. But I think you want to hear on this earnings conference call that exactly what you said. Elon Musk, 7 days a week, focused on Tesla, ignoring the nonsense in Washington, D.C. This is his priority.
It's still got room for downside on the 3 minutes.
To get it back to what investors knew it to be.
Fuck off, Mountain. Bot is short. He's long. And Mountain. I don't know. He said he needs 400, so I'm guessing 400. YouTube.
Is the cult that follows it, but you can't justify a capital-intensive company that's getting laid into its big market robotics. You know, that's a pretty competitive market at this point. Sure, it can be a business for them. The losses will be there. And robo-taxis, Waymo owns that business now. Lots of room there.
Yeah, I get 45. I get out half. Yeah, you can go long. If I can get 303, I'll be so happy. I don't think I can, but that's the last bag. But 320 would be nice. What profit, dude? I'm red. I got out on some bags, but I still need like 355 and under. But a lot of my accounts are green too, so it's okay. It's mixed today.
It's really even not worth talking about, in my view, because it defies fundamentals. Fundamentals don't care. Now, so
Did they do that Friday or some day like that? I forgot which day. I remember. I think someday I don't know what I was long, and I took a 300L and then it dumped. I would have been green, but I didn't have time to hold because of the driving.
Tesla people are looking past the cars, they're looking to the robots, they're looking to the self-driving cars, and that's kind of giving a halo effect to a lot of the other parts of their competitors as well, right? You know,
0.6? No, I don't think so. Maybe the 300 will be good.
Tesla, long investor or short investor, it's very hard to do.
Yeah. Absolutely, for a number of reasons. Well, I want to talk about Apple.
Yeah, 319 actually. 319 on one Pro and 336 on another Pro. I'm max at 4 M&Q on both of them each. And I don't. Yeah, so I don't want to add any more. I gotta keep to my sizing. Yeah, there we go. Come on. It can get nasty, yeah. I try not to get more than 4 M&Q on my Pro, so at least I can bag hold for a long time, you know what I mean? If I added more, I would have blown. Yeah, I started with 1 and add 2. But today I was stupid. I started with 2 because I was trying to hit the buffer back. The ES just went short. That's good.
Their service revenue keeps on going, their cash flow keeps on increasing, they buy back shares. It's just the growth. Where is the organic growth? Where is the top line growth? What's the next new thing? And the overhang is still there.
Come on, get me out.
And also the Google and the DOJ. So you've got some of that. It's not a cheap stock.
It's like deja vu.
So they're one of the short-term catalysts, but it's also it's hard to sell. Why do you get out of it? You know, if you've got a big position in terms of cost basis is low, or maybe something comes down. You know,
Oh, bad news? Did you get an email? Man, just think like this. You don't need a job. You know what I mean? You don't need that job. If you get it, you get it. You don't, keep trading. You're making good money trading. Yeah. If it's meant for you to work at Apple, you work at Apple. If not, Hell, you're making way more than working at Apple, dude. That's actually pretty good. Are you just be a salesman, like greet the door and just give them like product stuff?
Being a long-term
Mm.
investor in the company, the ecosystem is undamaged through all of these challenges that they have in delivering software strategy, the AI strategy, hardware they seem to innovate ultimately at some point. I'm not going to dismiss the premise that the revenue growth isn't there. It's not. It's not there. Like it's not there at Tesla, but they know how to keep the shareholder in their seat, and more importantly, they know how to keep the user of their products in their seat as well. The retention on the ecosystem is unrivaled, I think, anywhere in the corporate environment.
That's true. Who's giving up these, right? You just add more and more and more. Well, coming up next, our top calls of the day. Halftime will be back in about 2 minutes.
This is Mia. She dreams of taking her boutique swimwear brand nationwide. With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia has U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing.
Come on, scale under 60.
Watching her make a splash.
Dude, I was long at when was I long earlier? I think at 2:30. No, sorry, 2:42 with Fish, because Fish and 2:50 was going to hold. So I long at 2:42 and I got out way too early. And a dumbass switched to short. You traded it? Yeah. I think it needs more time to drop. I need to drop more.
CNBC Plus.
New York for the open.
You're long, huh?
CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Take your taste buds on an unbelievable adventure where fun has no bounds and every bite is a thrill ride. Discover a world where snack time unlocks imagination. Garden veggie snacks, unbelievably delicious.
Dang it, it won't die.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like the witness every step of the way.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Still got downside. 15 minutes, I don't see anything down, so it might go back up. It hasn't curved down yet. We need at least 350 for the curve down. Well, 73, yeah. It was up a little bit only. Yeah.
That's what makes you.
I do need to short my TPT again in case it hit down. I'm gonna have a short at 400, 405.
Order submitted.
Just in case.
Start with Uber, since we were sort of in that space before, talking Waymo, Tesla. Let's talk about Uber. Obviously, a number of business lines there, but the target was raised to $115 from 95 and reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley. They see the path forward for ride sharing and the Eats booking growth. Joe, I'm going to start with you. You own this one.
I believe they report on August 6th. It's going to be an important report to understand if the strength of the balance sheet continues. And that's what I've been focused on. This company several years ago made a remarkable turn in their financial conditions. Free cash flow generation went positive. It's accelerated from there. And it's allowed them to do the things that they need to do in terms of diversifying the business model. Not all about mobility, going to other areas like delivery, obviously including AI in the story, and ultimately having partnerships like they do in Atlanta with Waymo. So the company has
you should have long.
very strong momentum. It continues to hug all the major supportive technical moving
That's
averages.
65 hell.
It looks like it wants to make that run ultimately at 100. I'm not so sure it's going to do it ahead of earnings, but post earnings, if you hear what you need to hear. I do think above 100 is a price target that would be not so much the ceiling, but will ultimately become the floor. You could be talking about.
Damn, that stupid ass pump.
Above 90 right now, going to get to 115 in the short run.
Look, I think Joe is spot on. Cash flow was what this company needed. They produced that. They got growth in there. They simplified their businesses. They got out of a lot of the other businesses. Now the question is growth. And can they grow? What I like about this stock also, it's not just domestic, it's international. So they have that flavor.
What, high day?
And I think, again,
I don't think so. TTM's getting weak on the 30 minutes. Let me check. See other times.
Uber gets a piece of this business that adds to that as well, because they're also the brand that people know. Right. So if you're going to go and you're going to go
30 minutes still looks good. 45 minutes still looks good.
This is a growth stock. This is not a momentum stock. It used to be a deep value stock in the 20s and 30s.
Daily. Daily's overbought on NQ. Like way in the overbought zone. Yeah, I'll post it in the thing. NQ Daily. Way in overbought, so maybe we'll get some big drop later.
Distribution, they really like this, and the healthy capital structure, attractive currency, cost of capital. What do you think?
Well, first of all, if you look at a chart, you're going to see the stock is down 80% year to date. So ignore the chart. That's before Brad Jacobs got involved. When Brad Jacobs got involved, the price hike is $9.14. So that's really where the stock, for this generation of the stock, should be judged.
Yeah.
Look, Brad started and founded United Rentals. If you owned it from when it bounced it out, that's a ridiculous return your capital, right?
Now the 3 minutes looks like it's curving.
GXO Logistics having some tough times now.
These shorts curve back up. It's trying. This bot short's not working out at all.
So look, he's definitely a wealth creator, sizable wealth creator. In addition to the private companies that he had, and the waste management company they started, which he sold for a major major gain as well. So this is a consolidation vehicle. His playbook is the same here as been with all those other companies. Find industries that are grossly inefficient, that have
be grateful you're green.
Putting technology into their operations, and then consolidate those that are lagging.
Oh, go 400. I'm gonna short again.
Take you higher. And that's what's happening. So I bought Beacon Roofing.
The 3 minute squeeze is gone on the radar, so.
But stayed very disciplined in price. If you look for he's when I go lunch at his office, they order lunch for me, and he brings a Tupperware container with lunch from home. So he's frugal, but spends where you'll
If
get
we
a
get it.
return. And that's what QXO is going to be. So this could be a company that's going to have 10 billion in sales over the next decade or so. So it's a permanent compounder. So you just want to stay with it.
I need your help keeping track of all those acronyms with the XOs. What's in
They're all listed. So we don't own this one, but you know we own XPO, RXO, and GXO. Yeah. We're big Brad Jacobs fans. We just haven't gotten into this one yet, just because we don't really know exactly where it's going. But we've owned his stocks for a long time, and if you've been a long-term investor, you know the stocks do get volatile.
Come on. Give me a dump.
So much value for shareholders.
Very interesting one.
Let me check TQQQ leverage. Yeah, TQQQ looks like it's going down. So NQ might drop later, maybe towards the last hour.
Charged with human smuggling. If he is released by a judge, the government has vowed to transfer him to DHS custody and begin deportation proceedings. President Trump in a tweet threatened to block the Washington
5 hours ago. Okay, I'm gonna cut the stream. Don't want to get too long.
If the team doesn't change back to the original Redskin name, the Commanders made the change in 2020 after decades of criticism that the original
Bye.
name